of wiping and refurbishing and recycling. So
Actually, his name, Jalacy.
Jalacy.
Jalacy intended it to be a ballad, like a sweet, kind of.
I put a spell
kind of like
on
Annie
you.
Lennox was doing it in
Yeah.
a way, a ballad. He went to the recording studio with his band, and it just wasn't. And they got drunk. They all got drunk, and that's what came out.
Something scary, because that's a scary song.
Yeah.
I don't care if you want me.
Yeah.
I don't care if I'm gonna.
And he sort of felt bad about that for the rest of his life, because it then pigeonholed him into this act of being this kind of crazy horror voodoo man. So he's like an original shock rocker.
Yeah, he was Alice Cooper before Alice Cooper. He would come out onto the stage being carried in a casket.
Yeah.
He was claustrophobic as hell, and so this was a problem for him. But he did it anyway.
Yeah, and so he stayed drunk for the rest of his career too.
I guess I'll have to stay drunk
Because
it's the only way I can do that.
He wanted to be an opera singer, and he studied opera with a music tutor, and he just couldn't make that career go. And he just, it's kind of a sad story, Screamin' Jay Hawkins in the long
Did
run.
he die alone? Are you going to tell me he died alone?
Let's see. He was in the Army, and let's see, death of later career. That was his only big hit. Here's a picture of him in 1984, not looking too good, with this holding this voodoo stick with a skull on it. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Oh, he did an album in 1991 called Black Music for White People.
That's pretty straightforward.
Yeah. Let's see. Death. He died after emergency surgery from an aneurysm in 2000, 20 years ago. He was living in Paris.
Oh, well, that must have been nice for him.
He was
I
70
was just
years
looking
old.
for I was just looking
A bright
for
spot.
positive.
A bright spot in Screamin' Jay's career.
He had 6 marriages.
Well, there's another bright spot. See, he had the opportunity of sampling 6 different
Sampling?
Well, that's when you do more than 3 wives. You're just sampling at that point.
He had 3 children with his first wife and claimed variously to have 57 or 75 children in total.
Yeah.
After his death, his friend and biographer set up a website to trace these children, being able to identify 33 of
Really?
the claimed 57
Really?
children.
Well, there you go.
Well, I guess the spell worked.
He had, so his major influence on these are people who've talked about him. Alice Cooper, Tom Waits, The Cramps, Black Sabbath, Creedence, Arthur Brown, The Crazy World of, Led Zeppelin, and Marilyn Manson, Rob Zombie, and Glenn Danzig. He was described as a gothic loon.
I don't think he took care of 57 children. I
No.
don't think I put a spell on you, was able to
Nope.
put food on the table for 57 children.
I don't either.
Well, but he was able to afford a really nice pink phone, as you can see, and some vases, and that's the album At Home with Screamin' Jay Hawkins.
With a pink phone.
He's got a
be
nice
damned.
pink phone and some vases all around him, and is that a Santa hat? It looks like a Santa hat almost, but I'm sure
Kind
it's
of
one
weird
of those.
at the home of Screamin' Jay.
Sure, it's one of those Mardi Gras type hats or something like that.
Well, there you go. If you find, just go to YouTube and look for him performing this song. He looks insane while he's performing this.
Oh, he's got a nice bowl of apples there, so he was able to afford a nice bowl of apples.
Those are Parisian apples.
Yeah.
Those are French apples.
Use a condom, Screamin' Jay. Come on.
Gina,
57 children.
Gina, again, you're shaking your finger at a dead man. Okay,
That's my sign-off today.
shaking your finger at a dead man. It's not
Good for
gonna work.
Good for Halloween. Good Halloween sign off, I think.
I don't think that's a valuable use of your time.
Oh, I hope that is the only boner candidate today. Please
listen,
tell me that's the only boner.
I just don't think that's no, I'll do some others, and we won't tip our hand yet, but because it
I'm
wouldn't be a
still mad
valuable
about that.
it wouldn't be a valuable use of our time to talk about it here at this point.
And you usually stick up for him, and I hope you don't today. I know he's your
Well,
buddy,
Gina, that would not be a valuable use of my time. Okay. Or anyone else's. When I read that, the blood flow was immediate.
See, I didn't read it. I was watching it in real time.
Well,
Oh, I see.
he did come out with a stronger statement.
Yeah,
when
after
he
everybody
realized,
went, what the hell?
when he realized, because everybody said, "What? Really?"
We're
That's it.
talking about the governor, by the way.
No, shh, no, we're not.
We're not?
No, I want it to be a surprise.
Oh, okay.
I get people probably already know, but
All right, I'm looking at our schedule this morning, and
yeah,
I'm, as it sits right now, I'm not seeing a place for Chainsaw Guy.
Well, I'm out.
Unless, hang on.
no, we're not seeing a place, Gina. We are not seeing a place for Chainsaw Guy.
Unless we cancel Best Question.
What if we don't cancel it? What if we offer up the best question of the week to Chainsaw Guy to answer?
Ah, there
What
you
if
go.
we do that?
It's a harmonic convergence.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
my suggestion.
Okay.
All right.
So let it be written. So let it be done.
So let it be done.
All right.
Okay. He can maybe even answer more than one question. I'll check with him and see how he feels about it.
His time is precious.
Well, it is. As I told you, he's been redecorating or remodeling his rec room down in the basement, and today he was planning on putting in the shelves where he's going to keep all of his back issues of Playboy magazine.
He has a lot of those, does he?
Oh, he
collects them?
Almost every single issue
Wow.
ever. He's a collector.
I didn't know.
He's going to be doing that, and then he also has to wax up his pool balls. Has to wax up those
Okay.
pool balls. Billiard balls, I should say. So that's what Chainsaw Guy is doing today. But he'll take some time out, maybe.
Okay, good.
All right.
Because it's the last show before Halloween. So.
What? It is? When's Halloween?
Tomorrow.
And this Halloween has all the things. So it's a Saturday. Katie's very upset.
Wow.
It's a Saturday. It's a full moon, and it's daylight saving, which means Halloween is an extra hour longer than it usually is. All of those things on a year you can't do anything.
Some people will take advantage of it.
They shouldn't.
Somebody's going to knock on your door.
I bought the sign.
Oh, I'm sure that'll be good. I'm sure that no one will take umbrage to that. Oh, really? Well, how about no treats? How about a trick then?
What are you going to do?
What I always do.
You're going to pass out candy?
Nobody ever comes to my house. Nobody ever comes. In 23 years of living here, I've had a total of 4 trick-or-treaters. This is not a joke. This is not an exaggeration. I buy bags of candy every year. We then end up eating the candy. No one ever comes to this house trick-or-treating. Because
They might this year if a lot of people aren't passing out candy. Your house might look more attractive to people to trick. Well, he doesn't have a sign. Let's go there.
He doesn't have. My question is, has your sign arrived yet?
No, it's supposed to get here today.
See, that's the thing.
it's a sign that Gina had to spend money for when she could have written something on a piece of cardboard with a magic marker.
No one looks at that. They look at a professionally made sign that was $12, and they promised delivery in time for Halloween.
Does your husband know how you fritter the money away?
It's
Does he know?
$12, and I will save it because we'll have to deal with this next year too.
$12, Gina. It's only $12. That leads to $24, leads to $2,400. That leads to $500,000 before you know it. Spent on crap.
This is not crap. This is an effective sign imparting information. It comes with a lawn stand.
Honey, where's that sign you bought last year? I don't know. I don't know where it is. What do you mean? Well, we'll have to buy another one.
Hopefully we won't need it next year.
All right. Well, let's get this thing underway. We'll take a break. We'll be back. Check in with us if you'd like. 877-602-9696.
Oh, please do. 877-602-9696. 877-60... That sounds wrong to me all of a sudden, but that's it, right?
Yeah.
877. Does that ever happen to you? You know it's right, but then it sort of sounds wrong. Mm-hmm. Anyway, 877-602-9696. Are you going trick-or-treating? Or conversely, how are you going to deal with trick-or-treaters that come to your house? Have you purchased a $12 sign? Huh? 877-602-9696.
Back after these.
On Halloween Day, it's another Larry H. Miller used car supermarket.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! In this episode, we find an old adversary of Butch and Lehigh planning their demise.
So, bounty hunter, you will bring me Christiansen?
Jabba the Hutt was very fond of Frank. Pay me more for each set of missions.
Christiansen made me look weak in front of the Emperor. Only by turning Christiansen to the dark side will I be able to regain my place by the Emperor's side.
What, Elder Jensen?
Sell him to that slug, Jabba. I have arranged to have the elders meet you on Bespin. There you can ambush them without anyone noticing.
If these elders bested you and the Emperor, how do you expect me to transport them back to you?
I prefer my elders frozen. There is a carbonite facility on Cloud City. That should make transporting them simple.
Have my credits ready. I'll be right back.
Here we are, Butch. Cloud City. It sure looks like the holograms they showed us in school.
I don't know, Lehigh. I always get nervous when I stand on a city that's floating miles above the surface. Are you sure this is the right place?
Zone Leader Hanson said that we're supposed to meet someone here named Lando Calrissian, right here on Bespin.
Well, church records on this Calrissian fellow show him to be a gambler, smuggler, womanizer, and a penny stock manipulator. Are you sure this is the guy?
Well, maybe he's ready to turn over a new leaf. Oh, I think that's him right there.
Hi, and welcome to Cloud City. I'm Lando Calrissian. I run the mining operation here on Bespin. Could I offer you a beverage, perhaps some malt?
I love a malt.
Liquor?
Oh, no, we don't drink, Mr. Calrissian. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the
Now,
Mormons.
our zone leader said that you might be interested in learning more about our religion.
Actually, no. We have some common acquaintances. I've made a deal with the Empire. Well, they'll leave me alone if I introduce you to this guy over here. Elders, this is Boba Fett. Boba Fett, Elders Christiansen and Jensen there. Gotta go now. Got a city to run. Bye-bye.
Well, Mr. Fat was up. Well, hi, I'm... Hey, I'm old tied up.
Cool toy. I need to get me one of those. We could convert more people if we could just tie them up first.
Now, Butch, I don't think we would be allowed to hog tie prospective converts. Excuse me, Mr. Fat, could you untie me now?
One down, one to go.
Don't push my companion in that hole!
Whoa!
What have you done to my companion? Is Butch dead?
No, he wouldn't be worth much to me dead. Jabba wants to see him die in person. Your companion is frozen in carbonite. Now, if you would be so kind as to throw yourself down in there, we can get on with this.
You're going to take us both back to Jabba's palace?
No, you have an appointment with Darth Vader and the Emperor.
Cousin Darth? Oh, my.
Hey, get over here.
Sorry about this, Butch, but I need you to do something for me.
Ah!
Oh, I guess you weighed more than I thought in this thing, Butch. I'm sorry, Mr. Fat. I hope my companion, who's now frozen in carbonite, wasn't too heavy. Oh, geez, what do I got to do now? I better go for some help.
Never leave your companion, Lehigh.
Mr. Kenobi?
It is the first rule. You must never leave your companion.
Obi-Wan, come back. I need some help. Oh, well, I guess I can put you on my luggage rack like this, Butch. Come on, let's go. Will Butch be able to serve out the rest of his mission frozen in carbonite? Can Lehigh really find a big microwave to defrost him in? Will Darth Vader ever get his revenge and once again become the Emperor's favorite lapdog? And where does Boba Fett get all those neat gizmos? Tune in next time to hear Butch say... on the next mind-numbing episode of Space Elders!
Okay, 6:22. Let's get this over with.
Yes, let's officially begin the program, and then we will go to your check-ins. 877-602-9696. That would be the number to call and check in with the Radio from Hell show. Are you going to go trick-or-treating this year? Or conversely, what are you going to do if trick-or-treaters come to your door? Are you going to act just like normal? Let us know. 877-602-9696. Gina?
No, there's no candy at my house. I'll give you extra candy next year, but there's no candy at my house.
The moon, was that the sponsor?
Yes.
Okay. The moon is 98.8% full. It will be a full moon tomorrow. The moon will set today at 6:52 a.m., today being the 30th day. That's Friday, the 30th day of October, in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2020. And this is day 214 of our Pandemic Panic shows, wherein we broadcast from our homes. And just to be honest about it, we know that your time is valuable, and listening to us is probably not the best use of your time. It's not making anything different. It's not making anything better. Nevertheless, you've found the Radio from Hell show. starring the lords of morning radio, the infectious disease experts of the airwaves. Kerry Jackson. Hi, I'm epidemiologist Bill Allred, and there is state sanitation worker Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is in the studio in downtown Salt Lake City, dressed with her witch hat on, and she's running the show from there. And then are Skip and Miriam be-costumed in any way?
Nope.
No?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Today is Frankenstein Friday. It's National Candy Corn Day.
Wait a minute. On Frankenstein Friday, are you supposed to reanimate a corpse of some kind today? What are you supposed to do today?
I'll be working on that later.
Yeah. And
no
also
lightning. Unfortunately, there's no lightning. So.
It's Mischief Night. I think on Frankenstein Friday, all you have to do is just run around going, "It's alive!" So we go to check-ins at 877-602-9696. Who have we?
All right, let's start with, let's go to Eric. Eric is checking in. Go ahead, Eric.
Eric. Hey, how you guys doing? Thanks
We're
for
doing
letting
okay.
me listen.
Yeah, you're welcome. What's your story today,
Good
Eric?
to hear. Well, I'm just listening to you guys getting off my night shift and winding down and trying to get in a good mood before I go to sleep. So thanks for having me.
Yeah, well, sure. A night shift from what?
I work in the ER along the Wasatch Front somewhere. Yeah, so I'm just getting off my ER shift.
Tell us how things are at the hospitals, Eric.
Well, we're filling up, as you know, and last night was a weirdly slow night, so I just spent my time, falsifying death certificates to make it seem like COVID was worse than it is.
Well, good.
Yeah.
Thanks
well,
for
you guys
doing
get
that.
extra.
Well done,
you guys
Eric.
get more money if you do that, right?
Yeah. Well, Soros.
Exactly.
Is,
I'm just making a killing off of this. So
Yeah.
Soros
Katie,
pays
can we
him.
send Eric a mask? Surely
Let's do.
we can send Eric a mask.
Soros
That-
pays
that-
him per death certificate. It's $5 a fake death
that'd be
certificate.
great.
Yeah. Well, Eric,
Thank you.
are you going to get some sleep now?
Yeah, here in a little bit. I just figured I'd call and say hello to you guys before I do.
Well, thanks for doing it.
And thank you for doing what you
You're
do
welcome.
every day, Eric.
Yes, Eric. Thank you.
Oh, no problem. That's just
Hey.
the job. No problem.
Hang on the line. Katie's going to get some information from
We'll put you on hold and get your address, and we'll mail you a Radio from Hell face mask. Would be nice.
You can wear that in the ER. That'll be great. So 877-602-9696 if there's anybody else there that wants to check
Let's
in.
go to Angel.
Angel, good morning.
Hi, good morning. This is
Morning.
Angel, is an Angel and Vicky.
Angel and Vicky in the morning.
Yep.
How are you guys?
Fine. That was a great morning show.
I
Such
love
a good morning show.
They were good. They were relatable. That's what I liked about them. They were like us. They were like my friends, is what it.
Yeah. So what's going on with
Hey,
you?
I wanted to call and tell you that my Vicky has decided to make a snake candy shoot down our driveway. So for about a month, she's been coming up with this idea. So needless to say, we're going to advertise, so hopefully we can get rid of some of this candy and not eat it all ourselves.
Snake Candy Shoot was also a professional wrestler in the 40s.
He was great.
Well, take a video of it for us and send it to us. I'd like to see how it works.
Okay, we will for sure.
How long is it going to be?
Well, the length of our driveway, so probably 10 feet, maybe.
Is it PVC pipe?
Well, actually, probably longer than that. Our tubes are like 5 feet, so probably 20 feet, actually.
It's like PVC pipe? Is that what you're using? Or
She works in carbon fiber, and it comes on these big cardboard tubes. So she's using 10.5-inch diameter tubes that will zigzag, and then a 3.5-inch tube down the middle that will shoot candy through.
Wow.
Shooting candy tubes. I like that.
I like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I hope it works well for you.
I hope so, too. She's been working on it. So.
All right. Well, make sure you let us see it.
Yeah, we'd love to see it. Thank you,
All right.
Angel.
Thanks, you guys.
Tell Vicky we said hey. All right.
It's too bad that they retired from the radio. They were
good.
Great.
They're busy making snake candy shoots now.
Teacher Emily checking in. No kids in my neighborhood anymore. I usually end up eating all the candy. Tyler the Trash Man checking in. Who needs a sign to ward off trick-or-treaters when you have a jet setting on your garden hose?
Well, I don't want to be mean to anybody.
I got a flyer.
That's what I'm going to do. Turn on the sprinklers. I'm just going to leave the sprinklers on all night.
Here's a text. I got a flyer from a neighbor that starts out COVID schmovid and then proceeded to talk about giving out hot dogs and hot chocolate with safety precautions. No, thank you. I'll be hiding in my house ignoring everyone watching Hocus Pocus.
Well, a hot dog with a safety precaution on it. I might be able to go for that.
People wanted to know the wording of your sign so that they could just make their own. And it says, well, because you told me and I texted it to somebody, Happy Halloween. We will celebrate with you next year. We are not celebrating this year due to COVID.
Yeah.
So
that's too many words.
Yeah.
Well,
you could have just put no candy.
Pumpkin.
You could have put no candy and then a skull
know,
and crossbones.
I want people to know that I feel bad about it. I want to celebrate with you.
Just hang up a sign that says COVID house. Do not enter.
I've still got somewhere around here some police crossing tape, that yellow tape they put up at crime scenes, because when I lived up in Ogden, there was a crime scene, and they just left the tape after they were done, and so I rolled it up and took it. I was going to put that on my door, but I just decided, no, I'll just turn the lights on. That's all you need.
You don't get many kids up in your neighborhood either, though, do you?
I have some hardcores who travel to come here to get comic books, because they know I do comic books. So there's some that travel from all over the place to come and get comic books, but... if you're listening, no, nothing this year. Nothing. Nothing at all. All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, things look pretty good. I have no accidents to tell you about. I'm looking at the UDOT website, and I've got green cameras all up and down the Wasatch Front. Now, maybe you're looking at something saying, why isn't UDOT telling you about this? Well, then you tell me about that. Text it to me at 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. Big boy news, full strength, coming up after these. And in place of Best Question at 7:45, it's going to be Best Question for Chainsaw Guy. So we'll do that coming up. And then at 8 o'clock, have another drink with Jimmy around one of your boners coming up as well.
You could send in a question for Chainsaw Guy.
Sure.
Oh, good idea.
For Best Question, Radio from Hell at x96.com.
And you can put Chainsaw Guy in the subject line with your question. And remember, he's a self-certified life coach, so any relationship questions, marriage suggestions, any sort of help that you need with any sort of personal dilemma, Chainsaw Guy can help. All right. Now a message from the Department of Workforce Services.
There are jobs out there. The economy has changed. It continues to change. Some of you may have lost your jobs because of the pandemic, but there are other jobs that you could go to. Or maybe you don't like the job you're in, and it's time for a career change. Well, if you go to jobs.utah.gov, you'll see that there are jobs available for laboratory technicians, maintenance and support engineers, production specialists, specialized engineering in genomics, chemical, electronics, all of that kind of stuff. And a lot of these jobs, they're so desperate for people, actually, that they'll hire you with no experience and then train you on the job. So find out about that. Find about what jobs are available. There are job fairs coming up. You find that all at jobs.utah.gov.
When Carrie, Bill, and Gina run out of things to...
I find this on my desk when I come in this morning. This leaves a bad taste in my mouth as well. Well, it says it's a postcard. Greetings from fabulous Moab, Utah.
Fabulous.
And it's a postcard from the Poison Spider bicycle shop. It's a well-known bicycle shop down in Moab. It's got a giant, horrific spider on it chasing a bicyclist through the red rocks of Moab.
Looks like one of those old movie posters.
Yeah. And then on the back it says Carrie and Bill, and it's written
by someone who assigns themselves very disappointed fan.
Very disappointed.
Disappointed enough to send a postcard.
Wow.
Somebody who looks like they might have been drunk because it's barely decipherable, scribbled. Carrie and Bill, although you are entertaining, why do you disrespect and bully Gina Barberi on your show? She is the voice of reason.
Voice of reason? Did you hear that? You're now the voice of reason.
It's my dad's thing.
Intelligent and kind. I guess this is kindness.
Kindness?
Kindness. It's.
I like it when drunk people stick up for me.
Yay.
You both behave like
jackanapes. Jackanapes, please.
Misogynistic. Oh, misogynists. Gina should be something.
Do you want me to try to
treated much better as a professional?
Thank you,
Very-
drunk friend of the program.
Very disappointed fan. See if that doesn't look like a drunk person wrote it. Or no, you know what? I just changed my mind. It was written by an ancient person, an ancient human being. It's a former Tom Barberi fan who now, like Sheena, I am not a crackpot.
Oh, I appreciate that. This took effort.
Yeah.
They had to.
It's a
They had to
very old
purchase a postcard, buy a stamp.
It's a retiree in Moab.
Anyone can send an angry email. That takes no effort at all.
An angry postcard.
This took.
It's by someone
effort.
who doesn't know what email is. They're so old they don't know what email is.
I appreciate it.
I think you should. It's your old fan in Moab.
In Moab, I'll take it.
Signed old timer in Moab. Well, you should take it. It's great.
Can I keep that? I want to keep that.
Yeah. It's Gina's fan mail.
Okay.
What?
She gets it from prison and
prison
I'll
mail.
take the fans I can get.
And
You
the elderly.
go to a show with the fans that you have,
Ben
not
Marsh.
the fans that you want.
Ben Marsh and the old timer in Moab. I got me a free postcard out of the Poison Spider bicycle shop, and now I'm sending this to those misogynists.
Another thing, I am very happy with this.
You should be.
I will tweet out a picture of my fan.
Said, oh, Gina had a couple of glasses of wine and fired off some postcards, huh?
Right.
Yeah, how do we know
Moab.
that? That didn't come from Moab.
This isn't from Moab.
It's a postcard that you got when you were bicycling before you married your husband in Moab. When you came back with chafing.
That was just after I got married.
That's
I was pregnant and I didn't
You
know.
were.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right. You were trying to impress your husband.
Yes.
The one and only time you went biking with your husband.
That was it.
He do I recall? You bought that. You got a new bike. You
Yeah.
bought a bike.
Yep.
And that was the only time you rode that bike.
Yeah. It doesn't. It's too big for me.
Is it still?
It's too big. I can't sit on it. My feet don't touch the ground when I sit on it.
Then why did you buy a bike that was too
I
big?
didn't. He bought it for me without me,
Yeah.
thinking I was a statuesque woman.
So is it still hanging in the garage?
Yes.
Just another.
Just waiting for his second wife?
Yes.
Just one more bit of evidence that he has no idea who you are.
Excuse me. Still
His
waiting.
third wife, yeah.
It's hanging there waiting for his third wife.
wife.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. His third wife.
right, 6:38. Big boy news and Opinioendo now full strength. Brought to you by...
At Strong Volkswagen, you get a lifetime warranty, no charge, engine, transmission, car washes, and more for life, no charge.
She is the highest paid person on television.
Judge
she's
Judy.
been on CBS for 25 years. She's 78 years old. Yes, Gina, I was kind of leading up to it, to kind of...
I thought it was a quiz.
No. I would have said, hey, Gina, I've got a quiz for you, but I didn't. I was sort of leading it up to it so people would go, I wonder who he's talking about.
But I knew. We can just get right to it.
Judge Judith Sheindlin, 78 years old, but she's leaving CBS, but she's not retiring. She will go to Amazon and do Judge Judy stuff.
She's got plenty of money. Just why can't retire, Judge Judy? You can be
I have a picture of her here. She needs to use some of her money to hire somebody, a tailor, to shorten her trousers. They're hanging down way too far over her shoes. She's going to trip. I'm over the moon to be in business with Amazon and continuing this incredible journey with them on a new platform. It is so exciting, said Judge Sheindlin, who looks quite a bit different when she's not wearing her glasses and peering over them at people. All right, Gina, this is not a quiz either.
Okay.
Jeff Bridges has said his cancer diagnosis has made him appreciate his mortality, which means I got the cancer. It's pretty bad. I guess I could die. He revealed last week that he'd been diagnosed with lymphoma. He's been inundated with thoughtful messages and admitted all the love he has received feels like a kind of positive virus, as he put it. He wrote on his website, this cancer thing is bringing on feelings of preciousness and gratitude and good old-fashioned love and lots of it. And I mean, big time, he said. I'm feeling so much of it coming my way, and man, I want you to know I really appreciate it. Cancer is making me appreciate my mortality. And then he showed a picture of himself hooked up to an IV. And he says, I'm working hard. I'm trying to get through this thing.
You mean coitus?
No, I mean cancer.
No? It was just
Not
the
coitus.
dewdrop that I had handy.
Cancer. So the United States, way to go, hit the 9 million mark as COVID infections keep surging.
No, I don't think that's right, because the president says it's almost gone and we've rounded the corner and there's not very many new cases. So that your information is wrong, Bill.
Daily reports of coronavirus cases in the U.S. surging. 9 million infections since the pandemic began. On Thursday, we set another record for new daily cases, more than 89,000, topping the record set last Friday when the country reached 85. There is no way to sugarcoat this. We are facing an urgent crisis. There's an imminent risk to you and to your family members, your friends, your neighbors, everyone, said Governor Tony Evers of Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, more than 200 coronavirus deaths have been announced over just the last week. Here in Utah, surging coronavirus cases, and the governor, he's really stepped up. He's called for action. I'm calling for action. Utah reporting 1,837 new coronavirus cases and hospitalizations, reaching a new record high. Governor Herbert declared, the time for talk is over. It's time for action. And then he continued to talk, and there was no action. But that action isn't coming from the Utah Capitol. Nope. Herbert said local governments will have to decide whether to enforce the mask orders and gathering restrictions that are in effect in almost every county. Rules that many Utahns have defied or ignored. This is not an easy thing to enforce, Herbert said at his weekly briefing. Again, asking Utahns to change their behavior.
It is. If you show up to a store without pants on, they make you leave. It's not hard.
I know this is such bull crap. I don't understand how anybody listening can go, Yeah, it probably wouldn't be very easy to enforce this.
Here's what he said. One of the reporters who asked a really great question and said, how is this any different than seatbelts and drunk driving like we've talked about before, and speeding? And he said, well, we don't catch everybody that speeds. Everybody that speeds doesn't get... That was his answer to that.
But people are aware that they could be caught, and it could be disastrous for them.
So they slow down, or don't drink and drive, or wear their seatbelt and do all those things.
I very seldom speed. I just don't. I observe the speed limit because I've seen other people get too many tickets. I've gotten some tickets. I just find, it's not worth it to me. I don't speed.
How this is different, I don't...
It's not. An Idaho judge says a couple charged with conspiring to hide the bodies of their two missing children, will stand trial together. The case is connected to Chad and Lori Daybell's doomsday beliefs and the mysterious deaths of both of their previous spouses. Prosecutors say the couple conspired to hide or destroy the bodies of Lori's children, 7-year-old Joshua and 17-year-old Tylee. The two kids have been missing since September 2019. Investigators found their remains finally buried at Chad's house. They were buried out in back. The Daybells have pleaded not guilty, amazingly. Two people have been charged with explosives charges in Philadelphia. They found explosives in a van. Philadelphia is in a state of utter violent chaos right now. Unrest in the city over the death of 27-year-old black man Walter Wallace Jr., killed by police officers. There are people looting, armed people roaming the streets of Philadelphia. It's generally not safe to go outside anywhere in Philadelphia. Donald Trump says that, he's down in Florida, and he said, if you elect Joe Biden president, you know what's going to happen. That's Islamic terrorists. Islamic terrorists. Yeah. He made the claim that that horrifying terror attacks, like the beheading of a woman in France, that's going to start happening in America. People will be beheaded if Joe Biden is elected president, he says.
He knows there's a specific reason that's happening in France, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, he doesn't.
Or if he does, he doesn't care. He said Biden wants to terminate our travel bans and surge refugees from the most dangerous places in the world. He will open the floodgate to radical Islamic terrorism. And you saw what happened, the beheading in France, and then today it happened again, Trump said. It's going to start happening here if you elect Biden president.
Mm-hmm.
So here's a little thing you could do tomorrow for Halloween.
Mm-hmm.
I got word that Plan B Theater is planning to do a rebroadcast of a Halloween radio play that I was in 2014. It was Radio Hour Episode 9, Grimm. It was performed. We performed it and recorded it in 2014, and it's really, really good. It was written by Matthew Ivan Bennett. The Plan B performers, actors who are in it, are just fantastic. I'm in it, and I do okay. But I'm not touting it as being great because I'm in it. Because I'm touting it as being great because it is really good. There are several stories in it. There's Little Snow White, which is really creepy. There's Rapunzel. I'm one of the main characters in Rapunzel. There's something called the Juniper Tree, and we should say this is probably rated PG-13. If you want to hear it, it's going to be on tomorrow night on KUER at 7 o'clock. It's Plan B Radio Hour. Grimm is and believe me, Matthew Ivan Bennett wrote these stories, rewrote these Grimm's fairy tale stories, and they are very, very grim. Music by David Evanoff, which also makes it terrific. Directed and sound designed by Cheryl Clough. So I think you'll enjoy it. Okay.
All right.
Let's see. We have more time.
Oh yeah.
I want to tell you about M&Ms then. So M&Ms is a candy, a hard shell on it, because they want the candy to melt in your mouth, not in your hand. So that's why
that doesn't work.
They
It
put
never
it.
works.
Oh yeah, sure, it does. Just go.
You ever
with it.
held a handful of M&Ms for longer than 5 minutes?
So this is a false advertising premise that they've used for years. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
It's an advertising lie?
Yes.
No. Anyway, M&M's, a candy favorite, has a new flavor. Key lime pie M&M's. That sounds pretty good to me. You can get a bag of white and various shades of green candies, and they all taste like key lime pie.
I like a key lime pie.
Well, we should try this. The candies are made with white chocolate, key lime pie, they have a graham cracker crust on them as well.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And key lime pie filling. And then what they're advising you or recommending that you do is you take a handful, and then before you put them in your mouth, you put them on a dish, and then, because it's key lime pie flavor, you just top it with whipped cream.
I'd do that.
Yeah. Just get a can of Ready Whip and put them on your M&Ms.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. And let's see. One other story. Do we have time for one more?
Sure.
There's a survey which shows the 10 most popular sex dreams for men and women. Now, I don't know where they're getting the dreams, but they're apparently very popular. I guess you go to some place and you select your sex dream or something. I don't know. But here are the 10 most popular erotic dreams for women. Sex with a friend. Sex with a work colleague. I don't see Gina nodding or doing it. Sex with a stranger. Sex with my current partner. My partner is cheating on me. Sex with an ex. Sex with a celebrity. Gina?
No, my celebrity dreams were like friends and we go to lunch.
Sex with the boss. Group sex. Or sex with someone you hate. The top
That's
10,
a nightmare, isn't it?
Well, the top 10 erotic dreams for men. Sex with an ex. Embarrassing sex dreams where something goes wrong and then you wake up and you go, oh, wait, I wasn't dreaming. Group sex. Sex with a celebrity. Sex in a public place.
Women don't have that.
Women don't seem to have that. Number 6, my partner cheats on me. Sex involving bondage or something like that. Sex with a work colleague. Sex with a friend. And sex with a stranger. Those are the 10 most popular erotic dreams for each gender. So there you go. All right, now sports weather traffic.
Sports weather traffic.
Well, the Dodgers are working closely with the LA County Health Department after Justin Turner tested positive for COVID, and officials are advising an immediate team-wide quarantine, which I'm sure won't happen. Health Department officials say they've been in contact with the Dodgers and have issued recommendations on the next steps to prevent additional exposures. The department is wishing Turner a speedy recovery, but reminded the slugger that he is, like anyone else who is COVID positive, must quarantine. But they're not just singling out Turner because, see, he decided to ignore instructions and run out onto the field and celebrate.
Yeah.
So anybody that he was in contact with on the field must quarantine for 14 days. He also, got on the plane with the Dodgers to go home. So ruining it for everybody. Mike Tyson and Roy Jones, they are scheduled to fight November 28th at the Staples Center with no fans. This will be the first event in the Los Angeles arena since March. The two boxers came out of retirement earlier this year and agreed to an 8-round exhibition. It was originally scheduled for September 12th. It's been postponed for 2 months, but it sounds like Thanksgiving weekend, that will be your sporting event you can enjoy with the family. Mike Tyson and Roy Jones. It will be Tyson's first fight since 2005. RSL is playing on Sunday. They play the LA Galaxy at 8:30 p.m. That's sports. Weather. So we've been gradually warming up. We'll be 66 for a high today. Still pretty chilly this morning, though, 38. And Saturday, 61 and sunny. Sunday, 66. And we could, by Monday and Tuesday, be back up around 70. So we're not in the be cold all the time yet. And don't forget, 2 a.m., so Halloween night into Sunday morning is daylight saving time. So it makes Halloween night just a little bit longer.
Fall back, you turn your clock back an hour.
You get an extra hour of sleep, which is always nice. Traffic is nice too this morning. Let me refresh this. You okay, Bill? There's a little cough. You okay?
Yeah.
Isn't that what everybody does now anytime you... traffic is great. I have no accidents to tell you about. Let me check our message stream, see if friends of the program have sent in anything. This is where you let us know what you're seeing. 33986. Could be stuff in the road. Could be Halloween signs. Could be, anything like a ghost. You see a ghost? You can text it to us, 33986, and we'll pass it along. Protect your home and family with a security system from Mountain Alarm. Utah security experts. Visit mountainalarm.com or call 801-395-8700.
All right. Let's see. We got, okay. Yeah, we got round one of your boners coming up. Best question. Send them to us. Here's how we're doing best question today. It's best question of the week for Chainsaw Guy. So if you have questions for Chainsaw Guy, email those to radiofromhell@x96.com, and in the subject line put Chainsaw Guy or questions for Chainsaw Guy, something along those lines. Send them to us, and we'll have Chainsaw Guy here at 7:45 after we award round one of your boners, and he will answer your questions.
Maybe.
All right? Maybe.
Remember, no, there's always an answer there. If you listen hard enough, you can learn something.
Remember, Chainsaw Guy is he is the guy at the end of the haunted house who chases you out wearing a hockey mask and a chainsaw. He's one of those guys. He travels around to different haunted houses all the time.
A lot of them, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of different ones. But he's also a self-certified life coach. So if you have any questions about your relationships, or maybe there's something happening at work,
life in general. So send them in to us. We'll get to them coming up. Stand by for that. All right, KXRK Provo.
Reasons why wearing a mask is fun. Number one, you can...
So the other day, my husband makes a pronouncement. Dr. Jones, he says, our family is going to start a new bedtime ritual, and it involves golden milk.
You do this while you're clothed?
Yes.
Okay.
And I said, what is golden milk?
Now, I've heard of it. Then you brought it up yesterday, and so I looked it up, and I bought the ingredients for it yesterday.
Because it sounds delicious, doesn't it?
Golden milk is a traditional Indian drink that has its roots in Ayurveda, health practices, ancient healing, a blend of hot milk and ground turmeric. Now, this recipe that I have, shall I read it and see if it's similar to your husband's?
Yeah, let's see what yours.
So it goes on to talk about the benefits of golden milk. Turmeric is a known anti-inflammatory.
Which is a good thing to have before bed.
Yeah. So you take a cup and a half of light coconut milk. Canned is best, but carton works fine, that says. 1.5 cups of unsweetened plain almond milk. 1.5 teaspoons of ground turmeric. A 1/4 teaspoon of ground ginger, or fresh if you would care to do that. There's a way to do that. 1 whole cinnamon stick. 1 tablespoon of coconut oil, and a pinch of black pepper. Then sweeten it with anything pretty much you like. It suggests here coconut sugar, stevia, I guess stevia is like non-caloric.
Yeah.
Or maple syrup, which sounds kind of good to me.
We did honey with ours.
And then you just put it all together in a pan and heat it up and then drink it.
And a twist of black pepper, which sounds
Yeah.
kind of weird.
No, that's what I read that.
Yeah, to finish it on.
Yeah, black
on the
pepper.
top.
Sounds
And
good.
It. So you've bought it. You haven't made it yet.
I bought all the ingredients. I was going to make some last night, but I didn't do it.
It was delicious. However, it has turmeric in it,
Yeah,
which stains everything it touches.
yellow.
And I said to Mohammed, you have to drink this at the counter. You can't carry it into the living room. You can't take it to
Right.
your room.
Yeah.
Your golden milk has to be. And he said, well, I want to go sit by the fire. And I can see what, because, yeah, you want to sip a little hot drink by the. No, you have to sit.
And
so
did he?
He did.
Okay.
And managed to stay in things anyway.
And we all finished our golden milk, and we all liked it. There's something about it's the old thing of having a warm milk before bed. This
It
is
says
just
here it's creamy, comforting, coconutty, and it has a ginger-infused, slightly spicy and sweet flavor.
It's delicious. But I looked at all of our cups after,
Yes.
and they were all orange.
No, you need to use black cups.
And I said to the kids, if this becomes a nightly Jones family tradition, I'm going to have to supervise the drinking of it as well as the teeth brushing after it, because we're all going to end up with orange teeth if we're not careful.
Here's what you need to do is make sure you drink it. Use the same cups every time, so it doesn't matter if they're stained.
These are our turmeric golden milk.
These are the golden
bedtime.
milk cups. Yeah, golden milk cups.
Yeah,
I can't wait to try it. I think I'll make some Indian food tonight and then have it after dinner.
I think you'll love it. And
it sounds great.
I actually took mine and had it in the bathtub and sipped it.
I told you have to have it at the counter. You cannot take it to the bathtub, as nice as that may be.
Yeah.
No,
it was.
I don't
was
understand
lovely.
why there's a double standard for parents and children, and there just shouldn't be. That's not fair.
There shouldn't be?
No.
I paid for all the things in the house. If I spill turmeric on them, I paid for it.
If my kids spill turmeric, it's been a long-standing rule. If you spill turmeric on something, you pay for it. You turmericed it, you bought it.
So that's on a day like today when it's kind of snowy and overcast. Just think of ending your day with a nice cup of golden milk.
Just look up golden milk. You'll find any number of recipes for
I've
it.
just come to the conclusion that your husband is a hippie that showers regularly.
Yes. He is.
Are you sure about the showering
yes.
thing?
He is.
Okay, coming up. Yes, Gina, Chainsaw Guy.
But I'm not the only person that enjoys this once-a-year feature.
No,
Don't be so defensive.
There are 8 others. But we do it for you, though. You know we do it for you. But that'll be coming up, and he will be participating in Best Question of the Week. He will be answering the best questions of the week, so you need to send them to radiofromhell@x96.com, and in the subject line put Chainsaw Guy or something like that. Don't send them in via text because
they'll get lost.
It'll get lost in there, so you got to email them. That way we can keep track of them. All right. Let's see. We also have Boners Round 1, Big Boy News, all coming up after these. But right now it's time for our... go ahead and play that thing, Katie, if you would, please.
The following is a sponsored feature.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the mental health check with Braxton.
Braxton Dutton is there from the healing group. For some reason, I always want to say the wellness group, but that's not it. It's the healing group. Hi, Braxton.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going pretty well, except, of course, for pandemic depression.
Yeah.
Yeah, pandemic depression, for sure.
There's a huge article about that today from the AP, I think it is, and they talk in this article about what you had sent in your email, seasonal affective disorder. It's really something that does affect people, right?
Yeah, it affects a lot of individuals, actually, in Utah and all across the country.
Tell people exactly what seasonal affective disorder is. I don't think I suffer from it ever, but...
So seasonal affective disorder is typically about the same time every single year, usually about the fall into the winter. People start to experience a lot of symptoms such as feeling depressed, problems with sleep, low energy, having frequent thoughts of death and suicide, and losing interest in activities you used to enjoy. And it just comes out of nowhere, it feels like.
Mm-hmm. So they say that if you just sit under a light somewhere, you'll feel better. Is that, I mean, that is
photosynthesis for a little bit.
No, they were selling those lights.
Yeah, I mean,
for that purpose.
That is one of the things
Allegedly.
they suggest, isn't it, Braxton?
Yep, it is. It is one that helps with the vitamin D, as well as taking a vitamin D supplement. It can help a lot of individuals.
Because it's the longer, more darkness just in the day and the colder weather, and all of that's got to be worse this year because we're all staying in more due to COVID. That's just got to compound things.
Yep, and that's been one of the theories there too, is that no one's really going outside or being a part of outdoor events because there are none.
Yeah. Well, so what do we do about all of this?
Well, some of the ways to be able to address seasonal affective disorder is being able to get your body moving. So a lot of people are like, I don't want to exercise, but even just getting out and going for a walk for 30 minutes, or if you can get your heart elevated a little bit, that can release endorphins, which can really help. We talked a little bit about that sun lamp. Sometimes that can be really helpful for individuals depending on what your body needs.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of individuals knowing that it's coming every single year where it's like, shoot, it's October, November, I'm starting to feel this way. You can prepare for it, such as if you have a therapist. Sometimes it can get into a bad spot where if we're having suicidal thoughts or it's really intense, it affects your job or affects your friendships, anything like that. Getting a therapist, going to talk to a doctor, getting medications.
Yeah, I just want to take
really
a pill.
Helpful.
I just want to take a pill. Can I just take a pill?
You can. You can get on an SSRI or an antidepressant just for the few months that it comes through. About February, most people start to experience an increase in mood. You don't need to take it for the rest of the year. A lot of people will treat it that way as well.
I would suppose just talking to other people and associating with people helps.
Depending on the severity of it, sometimes people being around others, they may actually actively be avoiding other groups of individuals. But sometimes, all you need is just to be able to spend more time with the people that you want to be around and that help increase your mood. So each one is a little bit different. Some people experience it to a little bit where like, I just feel off during the winter time, to, like I said earlier, the suicidal thoughts, and it can be life-threatening. So if you're feeling an intense change or even a slight change, you might experience some of this, and getting support in any capacity could be really helpful.
Yeah, this is probably very, very tough on people who are religious people, particularly here in Utah, because that's where we live, but anybody who is a religious person and depends on, associating with members of their church. And a lot of that has been curtailed. People have not been going to church as much, staying home, and that's got to be really hard on people.
Yeah, when you take social interaction away from anybody, that can really affect, even if it's not seasonal depression, it definitely affects mood, and it's a difficult time for sure when no one can really get together.
I was just reading a story, too, in the New York Times that said COVID is now being blamed for a rise in murders across the United States.
The hell?
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Criminologists studying the murder rate to the effects of the pandemic, and because it's been hard on people's mental health.
That's been hard on people's mental health.
Gina, you were going to say something?
That's for sure.
No, I just think it's because just domestic violence in general, I think, that can lead to murder is what I'm guessing, is if you're stuck in close quarters with people that you don't get along with, that seems like a natural progression of things.
The criminologists looking at it are also saying, though, it's for some reason it's caused a rise in gang violence. And they believe that you can tie that directly to the pandemic. And first-time gun ownership. People,
I'm seeing a lot of that.
Yeah, I'm going to go out and buy a gun because I'm nervous, and that can lead.
But then you have a gun, and you're stuck inside, and you're depressed, and it's recipe
or it's an accidental thing. You don't know how to use it, or anyway,
absolutely.
So Braxton, that all seems pretty damn hopeless. I have to say. What are you seeing? You must see an uptick in calls, and can you help people on the phone?
Yeah, we do therapy sessions on Zoom. We have a HIPAA compliant privacy line for Zoom, and so I have seen an uptick in calls with couples having a lot of difficulty, and individuals that are saying, "I'm getting this seasonal affective experience, and can you help me with it? At least trying to prep for it." So I help couples and individuals, and we have other therapists that help couples and individuals with these same issues that are going on.
So if you just look for the Healing Group, the website, is it thehealinggroup.what?
.com. Thehealinggroup.com.
Okay.
All right.
And you can reach out to Braxton individually or anybody there. And don't suffer alone. Don't suffer in silence. If you don't think you can talk to people in your house, sometimes it helps to talk to a stranger, somebody you don't know. So, all right, Braxton.
Gary.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
all.
Braxton.
We'll see you next week.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Traffic, Gina, please.
Yes, drivers who travel on I-15 through Lehigh are going to start seeing a big decrease in travel times beginning Friday. The Utah Department of Transportation is opening up 2 new lanes in both directions of I-15 from Main Street to SR-92. As of today, 6 lanes are now open in both directions on I-15 and Lehigh from Main Street to SR-92. It's easier to get to and from work and do business around the Silicon Slopes. So that may be why we're having not as much traffic incidents this morning. I don't have any crashes to tell you about, so perhaps that is helping out. What do you see? You can text it to us, 33986, and I will pass it along. Protect your home and family with the security system from Mountain Alarm, Utah's security experts. Visit mountainalarm.com or call 801-395-8700.
All right.
Boner's round 1 coming up. Here are the candidates that you will be considering. Boner candidate number 1. I'm going to need some extra bags. Boner candidate number 2. This protest is probably not the best use of your time. And boner candidate number 3. Well, I guess he got what he paid for.
All right. So round 1 of your boners coming up, along with Big Boy News and Opinioendo after these. X96.
Have you tried the new open mic?
Let me just throw you a really quick story from New York. We stayed at the Grand Hyatt, which was in near Grand Central Station.
It sounds grand.
It was very nice.
There's the regular Hyatt and then the Grand.
The Grand Hyatt. First of all, there once again, my big complaint with hotels, no exhaust fan in the bathroom. I hate that.
You know, I had an electrician working on my house the other day. You know what they refer to those as?
What?
The fart fan.
Exactly.
Oh, nice.
Exactly.
Is that what you need it for?
Said, I forgot to bring you the fart fan. We'll bring that by and put the...
And here's why it would have helped on this trip. Okay? So my lovely wife, Sue, who's just a dainty flower, she yelled at me, "Hey, the shower drain, the bathtub drain is clogged. I can't get it to drain." So, you know, as we're showering, it's like filling up with dirty water. I said, well, let me call down to the front desk and we'll get a maintenance guy up here to drain it.
Okay.
So after the showers are taken, Sue needs to go in and relieve herself.
I didn't think
Take
she
a
did.
dump?
Yes,
Okay.
take a dump.
All right.
And that's my dainty flower, my lovely wife, Sue.
Mm-hmm.
Man, she stunk up the place.
Okay.
You know, because when you travel, it's, you know, you're...
Rich food.
I'm sure
yeah,
she
okay.
appreciates
A lot of
you
rich... Well,
discussing
you know,
this.
she... Really bad. And again, there's no fart fan.
It was an eye burner.
Yeah, it was an eye burner, exactly. And again, no fart fan. So what happens is that she's still in there finishing up. And maintenance guy at the door, right?
Oh, no. It's so embarrassing.
It's so embarrassing.
That's so embarrassing.
So I said, yeah, there's a clogged... I opened the door. Clogged drain in the tub. And he tries to move toward me like I'm going to go in. I said, no. So, she's in there.
You really don't want to go in there.
I said,
Just
she's
say,
in
can
there.
you come back and...
Well, I'd already put him off a half hour so we could shower.
Why don't you sit down and have a drink?
I should have done that.
Yeah.
I should have done that because we had some nice vodka in the room.
Would you care for something from the mini bar?
So
it's on me.
So then Sue comes out. He goes in, and I hear... Ah! It went like this.
Oh.
You know, that Krusty the Clown kind of... And he's in there working, and then I hear, "It's all yours," and the front door slam.
He's out.
He didn't bother to say, here's what happened, or anything. It's all yours, out the door.
That would be a horrible job. He's got to do that all day.
Well, at least you didn't hear, "I'm blind!"
That's what I thought I might hear. Because I'll be honest with you, man.
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
It was awful.
Yeah.
I'm sure she appreciates this conversation.
Did you clear that story with her?
Honestly, guess I should have.
You didn't.
You
didn't. See, if I were going to tell a story like that about my
You'd
wife,
clear it.
I would. I would say, "Do you mind if?"
And I just wouldn't.
And my guess is she would say, "I'd rather you didn't," and then I wouldn't. But
did you get texted?
Yeah.
Are you in trouble?
Once again, I'm jealous.
Huh?
How am I jealous? It did not smell that bad, and he made no sigh. Hon, you didn't hear the sigh. I'm sorry. You didn't hear the sigh. It was audible.
maybe that was just he was letting all of his breath out so that he could hold it for the entire
That's
time.
what it was.
Or he was bending over to the tub.
Yeah.
You know how you do.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm sure that's what it was.
I'm dead. The documentary is 8 hours long. Just so you know. All right. Let's see. 7:20 right now. You can watch us as we broadcast live from our homes at x96.com/live. You get the Radio from Hell television happening there. And, we're going to be broadcasting from our homes for the foreseeable future. Honestly, I don't see a time when we're back in the studio.
I do. There are. I mean, it's no time soon.
I was going to say I can see it in my head. I just can't see a time frame for that happening.
I don't think I'll ever go back.
Maybe.
You guys might, but I'm not gonna.
I don't know. It's working out the way it is.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
okay
fine
with
with this.
Yeah.
I didn't like it at first, but and now after 214 days, I'm kind of getting used to it.
All right. Okay. 7:20 right now, and it's time for round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote. Of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day? If it wins here, it is the winner of round 1. Not boner of the day yet. Round 2 comes up at 8:20. We do this again. We get 3 more, 3 different candidates. Get a winner there as well. We take the winner of each round and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you decide boner of the day for today, October 30th, because that's when boner fight happens. Then after that, Dave the Flower Guy comes in, because it's Friday, and will tell us who boner of the week is, taking all of the candidate winners' boners of the day from the week. So that's how it works. Here we go. Round 1. 2 candidates now. A third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
Someday, I can't buy it, gotta win it, Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
Here's boner candidate number 1. I'm going to need some extra bags. Police are asking for the public's help in capturing a man accused of stealing coats worth thousands of dollars from the REI store up in Mill Creek. According to UPD, Unified Police, the suspect made a small purchase and then asked the cashier for some extra bags. And then he went back into the store, filled the bags with high-end coats, and then walked out of the store with a bag full of coats, including the receipt.
Now, if you go to x96.com/live, you can see, I think this is the picture of the guy.
Yeah. Police said that the stolen coats are worth $14,000.
Holy cow.
Anyone having any information about the man's identity is urged to call UPD, and there's a phone number and a case reference. But if you recognize this guy, call the Unified Police and rat him out.
I'm kind of surprised because REI has people stationed.
So here's what he did. He asked for the extra bags.
Yeah.
And he went back into the store and filled them up. He still had his receipt.
Yeah.
From his small purchase. So all he had to do, they just look and see if you have a receipt. And he waved his receipt there and said,
there you go.
I'm good. And they go, okay, see ya. And out he goes.
$14,000 in coats?
Wow.
I need some extra bags. Boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2. You know, this protest is probably not the best use of your time. I mean, I recognize that it's probably not the best. Some Utahns oppose the Utah Department of Health's mask requirement, and they have turned their scorn from Governor Gary Herbert to a new target this week, state epidemiologist Angela Dunn. I believe this story was written by Amy Donaldson in the Deseret News. But protesters who gathered at Angela Dunn's home in the Avenues were met by neighbors who were determined to make any gathering there difficult and uncomfortable for the protesters. They called the police, they hung signs of support for Dr. Dunn, and they confronted protesters as to what they hope to accomplish by protesting a civil servant who doesn't have the power to institute or repeal mask mandates. All the neighbors on this street have been talking with each other, said Laura Hopkins, who walked past the dozen protesters standing across the street from Dunn's house for a second protest on Thursday evening. They put their cars on the street so that they could eliminate parking. Some of them have their sprinklers turned on so that they can discourage people from loitering. We have seen a real coming together of our community right here, Ms. Hopkins said, because we really want to support Angela and her family. A sign that said, we love you, Dr. Dunn, was in one window. Now, as the protesters organized in a parking lot, Dr. Dunn was at a press conference with Governor Gary Herbert and local hospital administrators. She offered her daily COVID-19 numbers, and then she said, I've been made aware that there were...
No, she was asked a question. She didn't just offer it up.
Okay.
Said, Dr.
Well, okay. Well, this is the way it's written. It doesn't. Anyway, she said, I have been made aware that there were protesters at my house this morning. It says here when she was asked about it at the press conference.
She did. My point being, she didn't just to stand up there and say, and by the way, there's protesters at my house this morning. It was because of a question.
It's scary and it's wrong that somebody would feel comfortable sharing my personal information. It's taken a really big toll on my family and myself, and they're supposed to be there again tonight. I think it's really unfortunate that we live in a state where people think that it's okay to harass civil servants. It's wrong. Now, Governor Herbert said this about the protesters at Angela Dunn's house. Well, I know we're asking a lot of people of Utah to be patient. We know that their time is valuable, and protesting at Dr. Dunn's home is probably not the best use of their time.
Herbert.
We've had protests here at the Capitol, my home, the governor's mansion. I don't know that it's making anything different or better. Now,
this is all he said about it.
Well, that's not all he said that's what he said at the time.
That's what he said at a press conference when that gets played back and people hear it. Later on, when everybody was so outraged that that's all he said about it, he put out a written statement that no one will pay attention to.
No civil servant should have to come home to protest, Herbert said in a stronger statement on Twitter. I'm deeply disturbed that this has been Dr. Dunn's reality this week. These protests are disgraceful, and the organizers behind them should cancel all planned protests immediately. It's one thing to protest an elected official like myself. It is completely out of bounds to protest at a state employee's home. Which is what he should have said in the press conference.
That is the opposite of what he said. What he said was, it's not a good use of their time, and hey, it happens to me too.
Yeah.
So his written statement saying this is terrible and they shouldn't those were not his immediate thoughts at the press conference. It was, well, it happens to me too, and don't people have better things to do?
He does that all the time. He'll at a press conference say a softball thing so he doesn't look bad, and then he'll release a harshly worded letter afterwards.
She is not an elected official. She is an employee. His employee. She recommends to him based on her expertise and education and experience, and he makes the decisions.
Now, some people said that this protest was organized by Eric Moutsos, the former Salt Lake City police officer turned activist. And he said, I didn't organize this. I want to make it clear that myself and the Utah Business Revival, that's his organization, is against going to the personal homes of elected representatives or those in the health department to protest. But then he hedges as well. Even as radical as they are by blatantly going against the Constitution and taking our rights away. Angela Dunn is way out of her lane. She doesn't understand the proper role of government, and neither does Governor Herbert.
Making health suggestions for a community is out of the state epidemiologist lane. Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out, what do they think is going to happen? So Angela Dunn is having dinner with her family, and she looks out her window, and there's a bunch of people with flags and signs saying, down with masks and freedom. Do they think she's going to look out there and go, I've been basing my statements on my background and education and experience, but now that I see these people standing in front of my house, I'm going to change my position on this.
What they would like to see happen is that she packs up her clothes and her furniture and moves. That's what they want. They just want her to move. They want her out of their lives. It's like they are like stupid villagers with pitchforks and torches standing down at the base of the castle.
Yeah.
You know, they're just...
These guys, they, you know, and
They're
so many
looking for
things
a-
I want to say that I can't say on the radio about these people.
Looking for
we
a
are
lynching.
we are lucky to have smart, motivated people that are telling us, I didn't go to school. As much as you and I talk about masks and things here, we don't know that from studying it ourselves. We know that from listening to smarter people who have spent years of their lives understanding this stuff.
Gina, you're way out of your lane here. You're way out of your lane here. Bring down the epidemiologist.
Herbert.
It's boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment. A good one. Boner candidate number 3. Well, I guess he got what he paid for.
All right, boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up along right after this big boy news and opinion. I'm still very upset about round candidate number 2. Sorry. News brought to you by.
Saturday, October 31st, help a local student in need at the Halloween Tech or Treat donation drive-thru. Donate your old laptop, desktop, or iPad at SpyHop, 208 West 9th South. Learn more about the SpyHop Tech Liberation Project at spyhop.org.
Scarlett Johansson got married. She got married. She was engaged to Colin Jost for a long time, and they were saying, we don't know when we'll get married. You know, the COVID is terrible, and well, they just decided they were going to just do it. We're thrilled to break the news that Scarlett Johansson and Colin Jost were married over the weekend in an intimate ceremony with their immediate family and loved ones, following COVID-19 safety precautions as directed by the CDC. Apparently, I saw Colin Jost being interviewed or read it or something. He said, "My family adores her. They think she's so great." So nice for them. And Leanne Rimes, you want to see her naked?
No. What?
Well, there are nude photos of her that she has put out.
Why?
And she has done it for a specific reason. She has really bad skin condition, psoriasis, and it's all over her body. And she decided, and she always felt horrible about it, so she decided, I think I'm going to own it. Here's what it looks like. And there's a picture of her. Now she's, got her arms strategically arranged, and she's kneeling down, and she's got splotches all over her body from like her, about her, just below her armpit down. And I think it's a brave thing for her to do. She said there are a lot of people who suffer from this condition, and it makes them feel awful and guilty and weird, and they don't want to be with anybody. And she said, but my husband, when I met him, and finally when he saw me without any clothes on, he didn't even notice it. He didn't even notice it, and it's not an issue. So I think she's just trying to reach out and help people who have that condition.
Okay.
Big earthquake in Turkey this morning, apparently.
Really?
7.0. It rocked Turkey, destroying buildings, triggering a tsunami. The tremor was felt 120 miles away in Kos. The quake registered 7.0. Its epicenter to the north of the island of the Greek island of Samos, which is near Turkey. Buildings are reported to have collapsed. There was a big earthquake there in the same area, a town called Izmir, in 1999, and that quake killed 17,000 people. Pictures and video posted on social media shows large cloud of dust rising over the city following the quake. People running for their lives from a tsunami. So there are no immediate reports of casualties, but you can bet there will be some. Many people are starting to stockpile stuff again because they think the coronavirus is surging, and there's going to be a second huge wave of it, which it appears that there is. So people are stockpiling toilet paper and all of that stuff again.
I couldn't find Clorox wipes at the store the other day.
We had to buy an inferior brand of toilet paper.
It's not as comfortable and soft, is it?
That's right. Let's see what else is going on here. Oh, so a lot of people use this soap, liquid soap Method. The Method brand.
I buy Method stuff.
They are voluntarily recalling a specific lot number of a 12-ounce gel hand wash with the scent Sea Minerals, whatever that would smell like.
Well, I use the basil one.
The affected products have been sold in Albertsons. It says here Albertsons stores in Salt Lake. Well, that's an
Fresh
error.
Market?
There's no Albertsons here in Salt Lake. Thank you, Fox 13. All other Method products, including the hand wash refills, are safe to use, but that particular one, they say there are some problems with it, and you should take it back. Trump administration has delisted the gray wolf as an endangered species. The gray wolf will no longer have federal protection, according to long-anticipated decision by Interior Secretary Dave Bernhardt. In a move that is sure to be challenged in court, Bernhardt proclaimed gray wolves, once hunted out of existence in Utah and other western states, they're fully recovered, he said, during a speech at a Minnesota wildlife preserve, arguing that the apex predator's survival no longer requires protection under the Endangered Species Act.
Yeah, but look at the babies. The cutest little baby. At x96.com/live.
We have a picture.
Those little babies.
And you want to hear one more quick story, either about Ron Jeremy or about a rooster that killed a guy.
They sound like the same story.
No, Ron's a hedgehog. Which one do you want to hear?
Ron.
Okay, here we go, quickly. With just 6 days to go in a tight Los Angeles County... Oh, wait a minute. What is that? Oh, I see. Okay, with just 60 days to go in a tight Los Angeles County District Attorney's race, incumbent Jackie Lacey's office just unveiled 6 new sexual assault charges against Ron Jeremy, involving 5 women and a 17-year-old girl. The new charges and previous claims could see the 67-year-old porn star facing 330 years in state prison if found guilty. Rape and other sex crimes revealed today, they range from 1996 in the San Fernando Valley to 2013 in a West Hollywood bar. There are they say they have a lot of good evidence, and a lot of these cases, some of the cases are outside of the statute of limitations, but there are enough that they think that they've got Ron Jeremy.
Ron's going to die in jail.
It's kind of looking that way.
Probably.
And he's there's a picture of him here. And with his,
it's really gross.
Yeah, in court. We got it at x96.com/live.
No, but I've seen it.
He doesn't look good. He does not look good. No.
All right, weather, traffic.
Nice, warm, dare I say. Not right this minute. We've got 38 degrees right now, but we'll be up to 66 for a high today. Looks like by Monday and Tuesday, we could be close to 70. Your Halloween for the activities that you're going to do safely at home by yourselves and not have a bunch of people over. 62 for a high tomorrow. Traffic is fairly light. I don't have any accidents to tell you about. That could be because this Utah Department of Transportation opening up 2 new lanes, both directions of I-15 from Main Street to SR 92 in Lehigh. 6 lanes are now open both directions on I-15 in Lehigh. It's easier to get to and from work if you do business at the Silicon Slopes. So that's probably adding to why things aren't so bad this morning, which is nice. Scott Hale offering a furnace tune-up with a free airflow test for only $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Well, I'd say he got what he paid for here. A 50-year-old man has filed a lawsuit after wildlife officials say that he was mauled by a captive black leopard in a backyard animal sanctuary in South Florida. Dwight Turner paid $150 for what was described as a full contact experience with the leopard, which allowed him to play with it, rub its belly, and take pictures. A report by the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission said the incident happened in August near Fort Lauderdale. Apparently the owner runs a licensed animal sanctuary for rare and endangered animals, but he's also been advertising you can have a full contact experience with a leopard. This guy paid $150 and got mauled very badly. I don't know what he's suing for. It sounds like he got what he paid for. Boner candidate number 3.
All right, let's review the first two and get to voting.
Boner candidate number 1, I need some extra bags. A man at the REI in Mill Creek asked the cashier for some extra bags. He went back into the store and filled it up with expensive coats to the tune of $14,000 and then was able to just walk out with them. Boner candidate number 2, this protest is probably not the best use of your time. I mean, I recognize that these protesters at Angela Dunn's house, state epidemiologist, and Governor Gary Herbert's weak-kneed response to that protest. And Boner candidate number 3, well, I guess he got what he paid for.
Okay, here we go. This is round 1 of your boners. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it secures a spot in Boner Dome, and it waits. It waits there for round 2. Round 2 comes up at 8:20. 3 more, 3 different candidates. We get another winner there. We send that winner forward to Boner Dome, and they both wait until 9:20. That's when boner fight happens, and that's when you decide boner of the day. So pick your champion for round 1. Send it forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and you text that to 33986. Easy. Or you can call the producer's booth. 801-971... No, wait.
What?
You have Bill disease now.
No, I forgot the phone number.
877-602-9696.
Exactly. Thank you. And you can also vote online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting October 30, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It will appear. Get to voting right now. You have until the end of these messages. This is round 1.
I find this on my desk when I come in this morning. This leaves a bad taste in my mouth as well. Well, it says it's a postcard. Greetings from fabulous Moab, Utah.
Fabulous.
And it's a postcard from the Poison Spider bicycle shop. It's a well-known bicycle shop down in Moab. It's got a giant, horrific spider on it chasing a bicyclist through the red rocks of Moab.
Looks like one of those old movie posters.
Yeah. And then on the back it says Carrie and Bill, and it's written by someone who assigns themselves very disappointed fan.
Very disappointed.
Disappointed enough to send a postcard.
Wow.
Somebody who looks like they might have been drunk because it's barely decipherable, scribbled. Carrie and Bill, although you are entertaining, why do you disrespect and bully Gina Barberi on your show? She is the voice of reason.
Voice of reason? Did you hear that? You're now the voice of reason.
It's my dad's thing.
Intelligent and kind. I guess this is kindness.
Kindness?
Kindness. It's.
I like it when drunk people stick up for me.
Yay.
You both behave like
jackanapes. Jackanapes, please.
Misogynistic. Oh, misogynists. Gina should be something.
Do you want me to try
treated much better as a professional?
Thank you, drunk friend of the program.
Very disappointed fan. See if that doesn't look like a drunk person wrote it. Or no, you know what? I just changed my mind. It was written by an ancient person, an ancient human being. It's a former Tom Barberi fan who now, like Sheena, I am not a crackpot.
Oh, I appreciate that. This took effort.
Yeah,
They had to.
It's a
They had to
very old
purchase a postcard, buy a stamp.
It's a retiree in Moab.
Anyone can send an angry email. That takes no effort at all.
An angry postcard.
This took.
It's by someone
effort.
who doesn't know what email is. They're so old they don't know what email is.
I appreciate it.
I think you should. It's your old fan in Moab.
In Moab, I'll take it.
Signed Old Timer in Moab. Well, you should take it. It's great.
Can I keep that? I want to keep that.
Yeah. It's Gina's fan mail.
Okay.
What?
She gets it from prison and
prison
I'll
mail.
take the fans I can get.
And
You,
the
you
elderly.
go to a show with the fans that you have,
Ben
not
Marsh.
the fans that you want.
Ben Marsh and the Old Timer in Moab. I got me a free postcard out of the Poison Spider Bicycle Shop, and now I'm sending this to those misogynistas.
Another thing, I am very happy with this.
You should be.
I will tweet out a picture of my fan.
Said, oh, Gina had a couple of glasses of wine and fired off some postcards, huh?
Right.
Yeah, how do we know that? That didn't come from Moab.
This isn't from Moab.
It's a postcard that you got when you were bicycling before you married your husband in Moab. When you came back with chafing.
That was just after I got married.
That's
Remember,
right.
I was pregnant and I didn't
You
know.
were.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right. You were trying to impress your husband.
Yes.
The one and only time you went biking with your husband.
That was it.
He do I recall? You bought that. You got a new bike. You
Yeah.
bought a bike.
Yep.
And that was the only time you rode that bike.
Yeah. It doesn't. It's too big for me.
Is it still?
It's too big. I can't sit on it. My feet don't touch the ground when I sit on it.
Then why did you buy a bike that was too
I
big?
didn't. He bought it for me without me,
Yeah.
thinking I was a statuesque woman.
So is it still hanging in the garage?
Yes.
Just another.
Just waiting for his second wife?
Yes.
Just one more bit of evidence that he has no idea who you are.
Excuse me. Still
His
waiting.
third wife, yeah.
It's hanging there waiting for his third wife. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, his third wife.
All right, time to award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is made possible in part by a grant from Coconut Chicken Curry.
And if your home or business isn't getting Santa-lasted once a month, you're wasting time and money. For 30-day protection, find them at Santalast.com or on social #Santalast.
Boner candidate number one was I need some extra bags. It's a guy managing to steal $14,000 worth of really nice coats from the REI up in Mill Creek. Boner candidate number 2. This protest is probably not the best use of your time. I recognize that you're upset, but it's people protesting outside of the home of Dr. Angela Dunn, state epidemiologist. And not only the protest, but Governor Herbert's weak-kneed response to that. And boner candidate number 3, well, I guess he got what he paid for. It's a leopard mauled a Florida man who had paid $150 to have a full contact experience with the leopard. Got what he paid for, but he's suing anyway. Let's see, David won the boner T-shirt, and the winner was by a huge margin. Boner candidate number 2, well, this protest is probably not the best use of your time.
All right, that's the winner of round 1. It goes forward to boner fight. Might be boner of the day. Round 2 comes up at 8:20. We get 3 more, 3 different candidates there. And we get a winner there. We'll send that one forward as well. 9:20 this morning is when you decide boner of the day with boner fight.
I have to go over to the stairwell here and tell Chainsaw Guy that we're ready for him.
To come over?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
All
so
right.
I'll do that.
So this is usually it's a best question of the week, but this week it's Chainsaw Guy is going to be answering questions from you, our listeners. So Katie has some emailed with Chainsaw Guy. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm right here, ready to go.
All right. Well, then let's start.
Hey, wait, who's that?
That's Katie.
Oh, hey, Katie.
Long time no see.
I love Katie. You love haunted houses, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Well, we've worked together, actually, Katie. I was the Chainsaw Guy at your haunted house when you worked over there at the Nightmare on 13th.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Well, I got a couple questions for you, sir.
Okay.
So this one comes from Derek. It says, I know everyone is sick of hearing about COVID and the issues of mask wearing, but you being a person who wears a mask that I would assume would wear it always, what do you have to say to those people who believe this ridiculous idea that people cannot function normally with masks on?
Well, I don't know about functioning normally, but I know that mask wearing is very important. And I think if you find out an example and you start poking your eyes out or something, or if you don't poke your eyes out or something, you might take a bite. You gotta be careful. Watch it in time. You'll put mask on us, and then you get on the mask. You can anywhere, we can have it back. You can, I don't know. But you've got to be careful. And I can be a very careful. And watch out for the build-up of mold.
Oh.
Build-up of...
Mold.
What?
Mold.
Okay.
Behind the mask, you get some mold occasionally.
Okay.
All right. All right, I got another question then.
What?
So what sort of advice could you give a guy who spent all of his rent money on lottery tickets, and now that rent is coming up and all of his money is in Chevron, he has no idea what to do?
Tough. Next question.
Next question.
I don't have anything to say about that. Come on.
You don't have anything to say about that?
No.
That's it?
You got to do a build-up of mold.
All right, final question, sir.
Okay, I'm ready. Wait a minute.
Do you have a favorite chili recipe?
Do I ever? I'm telling you, what you do is you take a pickle and you get your can of pickle. And then, lay up on them until it's turned into the... And then you take a pickle and... And then take a... My favorite recipe is the pickle. And then you have... And then take a bag of food and empty them. And then it's a Denison's. Delicious. Denison's.
All right.
Canned chili.
What? Chainsaw Guy, I know you've been super busy. This is your busy time of year, and for you to take just a few minutes with us every year at Halloween, it doesn't feel like Halloween unless we talk to you, and you are always so helpful and have great advice.
Well, thank you. I've got to go back and work on. I'm remodeling my rec room, you know.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I got to go back and work on that. I built a display case for all of my old Playboy magazines, and now I'm going to build a little rack where I put all my Perry Como records.
Perry Como records.
Perry Como. Listen, you put on a Perry Como and open a Playboy. Can of Denizens, and I'm set.
Okay.
See you later.
Happy Halloween, Chainsaw
Happy
Guy.
Halloween, sir.
Well, that just gets stupider and stupider every year, doesn't it?
Every year.
And the reviews are coming in, and they're
Yes.
it's I love Chainsaw Guy, and then this is stupid. So
Yeah. Well, both things can be true.
they can both be true.
People are asking that video be made available later. So check out our social medias, and we'll have that for you. All right, coming up after these, have another drink with Jimmy the Wine Guy. Get your ingredients ready, y'all.
Oh, Chainsaw Guy wants to come back for that.
No, I'm sorry. There's not enough.
No.
Not enough, Chainsaw Guy. Jimmy only gave us just enough of this very special rum to try out. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, stalled vehicle southbound I-15 milepost 292 at 115th South and Draper. The left lanes are closed there. Crash northbound Redwood Road, 144 South in Bluffdale. The two right lanes are blocked, southbound to eastbound blocked, and northbound to eastbound blocked. And let me check our message stream. I think a couple of those were sent in by friends of the program. Yep, have the same ones there. So thank you for that. And if you see anything additionally, you can text it to us, 33986, and I will happily pass it along. Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up with a free airflow test for only $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
All right, so yeah, we will take a break. We will be back, have another drink with Jimmy the Wine Guy, and Boners Round 2 on the way. Josh Stern is a friend of ours, and he's, we were talking about how important it is to have a real estate agent. And I know that a lot of people think they can do this on their own, but you need a hustler like Josh Stern.
Yeah, and you're going to like Josh. He's a huge friend of the program. Mm-hmm. He's been listening to this show for many, many, many years, and he's helped a lot of friends of the program buy and sell homes, and he's just a great guy. And if you're nervous about selling your home during COVID, Josh has figured out a lot of different ways, depending on your comfort level, how to do it. You can go all the way to doing it all virtually, having a virtual tour of your home available to people, having Josh take care of all that virtually. You'll just have to leave your house for a little bit so they can take a video, but other than that, you don't have to interact with anybody. You should call Josh at 801-444-9100 or go to sternteam.com. So the other day, my husband makes a pronouncement. Dr. Jones, he says, our family is going to start a new bedtime ritual, and it involves golden milk.
You do this while you're clothed?
Yes.
Okay.
And I said, what is golden milk?
Now, I've heard of it. Then you brought it up yesterday, and so I looked it up. And I bought the ingredients for it yesterday.
Because it sounds delicious, doesn't it?
Golden milk is a traditional Indian drink that has its roots in Ayurveda, health practices, ancient healing, a blend of hot milk and ground turmeric. Now, this recipe that I have, shall I read it and see if it's similar to your husband's?
Yeah, let's see what yours.
So it goes on to talk about the benefits of golden milk. Turmeric is a known anti-inflammatory.
Which is a good thing to have before bed.
Yeah. So you take a cup and a half of light coconut milk. Canned is best, but carton works fine, that says. 1.5 cups of unsweetened plain almond milk. 1.5 teaspoons of ground turmeric. A 1/4 teaspoon of ground ginger, or fresh if you would care to do that. There's a way to do that. 1 whole cinnamon stick, 1 tablespoon of coconut oil, and a pinch of black pepper. Then sweeten it with anything pretty much you like. It suggests here coconut sugar, stevia, I guess stevia is like non-caloric.
Yeah.
Right? Or maple syrup, which sounds kind of good to me.
We did honey with ours.
And then you just put it all together in a pan and heat it up and then drink it.
And a twist of black pepper, which sounds kind of weird.
No, that's what I read that.
Yeah, to finish it on
black
on the
pepper.
top.
Sounds
And
good.
It's so you've bought it. You haven't made it yet.
I bought all the ingredients. I was going to make some last night, but I didn't do it.
It was delicious. However, it has turmeric in it.
Yeah.
Which stains everything it touches.
Yellow.
And I said to Mohammed, you have to drink this at the counter. You can't carry it into the living room. You can't take it to your room.
Yeah.
Your golden milk has to be. And he said, well, I want to go sit by the fire. And I can see what, because, you want to sip a little hot drink by the. No. You have to sit.
And
so
did he?
He did.
Okay.
And managed to stay in things anyway.
And we all finished our golden milk, and we all liked it. There's something about it's the old thing of having a warm milk before bed.
It says here it's creamy, comforting, coconutty, and it has a ginger infused, slightly spicy and sweet flavor.
It's delicious. But I looked at all of our cups after.
Yes.
And they were all orange.
No, you need to use black cups.
And I said to the kids, if this becomes a nightly Jones family tradition, I'm going to have to supervise the drinking of it as well as the teeth brushing after it, because we're all going to end up with orange teeth if we're not careful.
Here's what you need to do is make sure you drink it, use the same cups every time, so it doesn't matter if they're stained.
These are our turmeric golden milk.
These are the golden milk cups.
Yeah, golden milk cups.
Yeah,
I can't wait to try it. I think I'll make some Indian food tonight and then have it after dinner.
I think you'll love it. And
it sounds great.
I actually took mine and had it in the bathtub and sipped it.
I told you have to have it at the counter. You cannot take it to the bathtub, as nice as that may be.
Yeah.
No,
it was.
I don't understand
lovely.
why there's a double standard for parents and children, and there just shouldn't be. That's not fair.
There shouldn't be?
No.
I paid for all the things in the house. If I spill turmeric on them, I paid for it.
If my kids spill turmeric, it's been a long-standing rule. If you spill turmeric on something, you pay for it. You turmericed it, you bought it.
So that's on a day like today when it's kind of snowy and overcast, just think of ending your day with a nice cup of golden milk.
Just look up golden milk. You'll find any number of recipes.
I've just come to the conclusion that your husband is a hippie that showers regularly.
Yes. He is.
Are you sure about the showering
yes.
thing?
He is.
I believe this is a sponsored feature, Gina?
Yes, have another drink with Jimmy the Wine Guy, brought to you by The Real McCoy Rum, named after legendary rum runner Bill McCoy during Prohibition.
Have another drink, it'll make you feel better. Have another drink and you'll feel alright. If you feel down and you're under the weather, have another drink and you'll feel alright. Have another drink and
Well, Jimmy Santangelo, Jimmy the Wine Guy, he is here to talk about rum. You can, of course, Jimmy is the proprietor of the Wine Academy of Utah, and he dropped off this delicious rum, The Real McCoy Rum, at our houses. And I've tweeted a picture of my cocktail. You can go at RFH Bill, and you can see a couple of my vintage radios in the picture as well. And
Great shot. I need
Thank
Jimmy
you.
to tell me how to mix this up.
Yeah, I haven't mixed mine yet. I wasn't sure what the proportion should be. Well, let's start from the beginning, and then we'll get to the mixing and all that.
Talk about the Real McCoy rum.
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone, and happy Halloween weekend. This Real McCoy rum is made by Foursquare Distillery in Barbados. That's a series of islands there in the tropics. You've got Jamaica, you've got Cuba, you've got Martinique, all these islands that are rum producers, but each island kind of has their own specific style. And the Foursquare Distillers is multi-generational distiller, and the Real McCoy is part of the rums in their portfolio. They've been making rum for 5 generations, and like Gina mentioned, Bill McCoy was a rum runner during Prohibition up along the East Coast in the United States, distributing rum, during a time when it was taken away from us during Prohibition. And the Real McCoy I distributed to all the 5-year as well as the 12-year. And the 12-year is to be drunk neat, and we'll get to that. But the 5-year rum is, what the 5 years is that it's been aged in oak barrel for that full 5 years. And the oak barrels that they're using are ex-bourbon casks. So you really draw a lot of those characteristics from the barrel, those toasty notes, a little bit of toffee comes through. And rum in general has those characteristics of banana and tropical fruit. But when they're aged and when they're really treated well, you start to get those toasted notes.
Yeah, this smells terrific.
So I just put some ice in a glass. I poured however much rum that was that you gave me in that
All
little
of
jar.
that?
2 ounce.
How much was? Yes.
Put all of that in one drink?
Yes.
Jimmy, what is the proper recipe for this?
Well, that's a 2 ounce pour I gave everyone of rum. So
That's
with
fine.
the pineapple juice there, give it a little shake because that's unfiltered pineapple juice. I love that stuff when mixing cocktails.
Okay.
Nice, big, rich, and fresh pineapple juice. It balances the acidity you get with pineapple juice with the natural sweetness that comes through.
Gina was once again shaking her finger at me. She was once again shaking her finger at me. There was nothing wrong with pouring that whole 2 ounces over the ice and then adding the pineapple juice, is there?
It's a good ratio. And you can use the equal parts there, Gina and Carrie, because I think you're making yours now.
Yeah. It's
so just kind of fill it up, give it a little stir. I gave you a fun decorative umbrella just to have fun with that. If hopefully the pineapple juice is cold, or if you have a cube in there. If not, it's okay. And give that a little sippy sip, and you'll find that the rum and pineapple juice are just a natural pairing combination. They really complement one another well.
And it's delicious. And the reason I drank mine yesterday was because I didn't want to just take a little sip of it this morning and then let it get all watered down and everything.
Well, see, I mixed it just with a sip. I did a splash of rum and a splash of pineapple, just enough for a taste.
But you need the umbrella. None of you have the umbrella.
I have the umbrella. Go look at the picture I posted.
Yeah, see?
Can you put that picture up on radio from
the umbrella gets in the way when you're drinking.
Yeah, I poked my eye with it, as a matter of fact.
See, it's just you can't do it. X96.com/live. You can see us trying to maneuver this. Now, what would you call this drink? Just pineapple juice and rum, or does it have a name? Or?
Yeah, it's you just it's a drink that we created and it's not something that's too unique, but we used to have it back in Buffalo, New York, when we'd go each year to the Yagatta Regatta along the Niagara Falls Peninsula right there, and it was all these speedboat races.
It's called the Yagatta Regatta?
It was a big regatta race, and we would just have rum and pineapple juice because it was super easy because you're standing out there along the side edge. There were no bars and restaurants, or you were on your own boat watching it. So, that's...
I'll have a regatta. What is it again? Regatta?
Yagatta Regatta.
Yagatta Regatta.
While sitting at the bar of the Borgata. Okay.
There you go.
Well, listen, Jimmy, I used to drink rum, and then I stopped. I don't know. I just thought, that's not doing anything for me. I may go back to rum because this stuff was delicious.
It's really good. It's
It's really nice.
Yeah.
I don't know if you had a chance to taste that or smell that 12-year, but
no, here I go.
What do you mean? Full 12 years in barrel.
I drank it.
Yeah. Delicious.
It's good.
Yeah.
That smells
roasted pineapple, bananas Foster, a little bit of cocoa or chocolate, like just deep, rich flavors. Rivals any fine whiskey on the rocks. And
I was
people don't think
amazed.
about that with rum, right? You always think of rum, you're mixing it with something. But that's a really nice one to complement anyone's bar shelves at home.
I was amazed by it. I just poured it all into a glass and drank it straight, and it was delicious.
And that's called
You got your inner pirate on.
Yeah, that's Real McCoy 12-year, it says.
I think it's 100 proof.
Wow, that's good.
It's good.
It's so smooth.
Jimmy, can you get this, the Real McCoy rum at the state stores?
Yes, it's widely available. You can get both the 5-year and 12-year. 5-year is a great go-to rum to have, mixing drinks. The 12 years, a great one just to have as a sipper. They're widely available throughout the state.
All right, and
these are dark rums, you should point out, because they're different.
That's right.
Yeah, and they do have a clear one as well.
The 3-year that we don't have that one available in the state. That's a little bit more limited in general across the U.S. But if I get a little bottle, we'll have to taste you on it.
It feels warm in my tummy.
Yes.
Well, I was impressed. I'm going to buy a bottle of the 12-year, and because it's good just drinking without any mix. I'm not a huge mixed drink fan or a fruit drink fan really. So I think the 12-year is the thing for me.
And like Jimmy said, that 12-year, it's like sipping a whiskey. It's just delicious.
So what do we got, Jimmy? What do we got going on at the Wine Academy of Utah?
A lot of events coming up. We have our in-home events are more popular than ever, where everyone has their quarantine group. So rather than coming out to one of my events, I'm coming to you for an in-home educational wine event. So contact me for that. But also the corporate events are really taking off, virtual tastings, as everyone's trying to figure out how they're going to, as a company, have their company party or holiday party. It's a great way to reach out. I can help coordinate. And whether you're here all in Utah, virtual, an online virtual presentation, or you have clients or your team is across the country, we have a third-party vendor that can ship the wine direct to their door and still accomplish the same goal of a virtual tasting, getting everyone together.
Gina, don't put the umbrella in your mouth. Don't put it in your mouth.
That tastes like rum.
Gina, don't put it in your mouth. You're going to have an accident. Your mouth. Listen, remember, your mouth is what makes you money. So don't.
And Jimmy, the Wine Academy of Utah can teach you about wine so that you're not intimidated by it. I had I was wearing my mask out, and somebody asked me, "What is the Wine Academy of Utah?"
Same thing happened to me, Carrie. I was wearing it at the liquor store, and the guy who was the clerk at the liquor store looked at me and said, "We have a wine academy in Utah?
You
Who knew?"
He'll teach you not to you won't be intimidated by this stuff at all if you learn about it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Well, I appreciate the support. You got it. And enjoy the holiday weekend. Be safe and have some rum.
Oh,
thank you.
Thank you so much.
Have another drink, it'll make you feel better. Have another drink and you feel all right.
Traffic, Gina.
Crash northbound Washington Boulevard at 31st Street in Ogden. The left lane is closed there. Stalled vehicle southbound I-15 milepost 292. It's 115th south in Draper. It's blocking the left lanes there. And a crash northbound Redwood Road, 144th south in Bluffdale. 2 right lanes are blocked. Southbound to eastbound blocked, and northbound to eastbound also blocked. Scott Hale offering a furnace tune-up with a free airflow test for only $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Let's see, we've got boners round 2 coming up. Here are the candidates you will be considering. Number 1, well, now there's some hanky-panky. Number 2, son, we don't care for the way you're wearing them shoes. And number 3, lies, lies, and more lies.
All right, so we got round 2 of your boner voting, along with Big Boy News and Opinioendo coming up after these. X96.
There are 80,000 uninsured children in Utah.
I find this on my desk when I come in this morning. This leaves a bad taste in my mouth as well. Well, it says it's a postcard. Greetings from fabulous Moab, Utah.
Fabulous.
And it's a postcard from the Poison Spider bicycle shop. It's a well-known bicycle shop down in Moab. It's got a giant, horrific spider on it chasing a bicyclist through the red rocks of Moab.
Looks like one of those old movie posters.
Yeah. And then on the back it says Carrie and Bill, and it's written by someone who assigns themselves very disappointed fan.
Very disappointed.
Disappointed enough to send a postcard.
Wow.
Somebody who looks like they might have been drunk because it's barely decipherable, scribbled. Carrie and Bill, although you are entertaining, why do you disrespect and bully Gina Barberi on your show? She is the voice of reason.
Voice of reason? Did you hear that? You're now the voice of reason.
It's my dad's thing.
Intelligent and kind. I guess this is kindness.
Kindness?
Kindness. It's.
I like it when drunk people stick up for me.
Yay.
You both behave like
jackanapes. Jackanapes, please.
Misogynistic. Oh, misogynists. Gina should be something.
Do you want me to try
treated much better as a professional.
Thank you,
Very-
drunk friend of the program.
Very disappointed fan. See if that doesn't look like a drunk person wrote it. Or no, you know what? I just changed my mind. It was written by an ancient person, an ancient human being. It's a former Tom Barberi fan who now, like Sheena, I am not a crackpot.
Oh, I appreciate that. This took effort.
Yeah.
They had to.
It's a
they had to
very old
purchase a postcard, buy a stamp.
It's a retiree in Moab.
Anyone can send an angry email. That takes no effort at all.
An angry postcard.
This took.
It's by someone
effort.
who doesn't know what email is. They're so old they don't know what email is.
I appreciate it.
I think you should. It's your old fan in Moab.
In Moab, I'll take it.
Signed old timer in Moab. Well, you should take it. It's great.
Can I keep that? I want to keep that.
Yeah. It's Gina's fan mail.
Okay.
What?
She gets it from prison and
prison
I'll
mail.
take the fans I can get.
And
You
elderly.
go to a show with the fans that you have,
Ben
not
Marsh.
the fans that you want.
Ben Marsh and the old timer in Moab. I got me a free postcard out of the Poison Spider bicycle shop, and I'm sending this to those misogynists.
Another thing, I am very happy with this.
You should be.
I will tweet out a picture of my my fan.
Said, "Oh, Gina had a couple of glasses of wine and fired off some postcards, huh?"
Right.
Yeah. How do we know
Moab.
that? That didn't come from Moab.
This isn't from Moab.
It's a postcard that you got when you were bicycling before you married your husband in Moab. When you came back with chafing.
That was just after I got married.
Remember,
I was pregnant and I didn't
You
know.
were.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right. You were trying to impress your husband.
Yes.
The one and only time you went biking with your husband.
That was it.
Do I recall? You bought that. You got a new bike. You bought a bike.
Yep.
And that was the only time you rode that bike.
Yeah. It doesn't. It's too big for me.
Is it still?
It's too big. I can't sit on it. My feet don't touch the ground when I sit on it.
Then why did you buy a bike that was too
I
big?
didn't. He bought it for me without me, thinking I was a statuesque woman.
So is it still hanging in the garage?
Yes.
Just another.
Just waiting for his second wife?
Yes.
Just one more bit of evidence that he has no idea who you are.
Excuse me. Still
His
waiting.
third wife, yeah.
It's hanging there waiting for his third wife.
wife.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, his third wife.
Sorry, I had a malfunction there. Don't know what happened. It's just staring at me. Oh well, I'll fix it, and we'll be ready for next time. Okay, it is time for round 2 of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior, and you will decide with your votes. Of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day? Because, see, if it wins here, it's not Boner of the Day yet. It'll have to defeat the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. Strong candidate, I'll tell you that. So you got to pick wisely here. Pick a proper champion to send forward to go up against this round 1 champion. Here we go with round 2. Oh, Boner Fight happens at 9:20. That's when we take both of our winners of each round and put them against each other. That's when you decide Boner of the Day. So send one of these 3 forward. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
In your email inbox, an electronic gift certificate to Diversion Eatery. You can see their menu and learn more about Diversion Eatery by going to diversioneatery.com.
Boner candidate number 1.
Oh, see everything reset on me here. I don't know why, but it happened. Here we go.
Now, there's some hanky-panky. A local judge had a Duval County's voting board, vote counting board. This is Duval County in Florida. This local judge has donated repeatedly to President Trump's reelection campaign and to other Republican efforts. And his home is covered in signs supporting Donald Trump. Mm-hmm. There are rules which say judges like him must refrain from making donations or exhibiting public support for candidates.
Makes sense.
Duval County Senior Judge Brent Shore has served as chairman of the canvassing board because of his role as a county judge. Yet judicial rules bar judges from political donations of any kind, and canvassing board members are not to display signs for individual candidates. Senior County Judge Brent Shore has refused to change the rules barring the public from photographing or videotaping vote counting meetings. He has donated money to Donald Trump on several occasions. He has done other things in his capacity which would indicate that he would like to try to suppress the vote.
Mm-hmm.
And outside his home, a yard holds a Trump sign and 2 signs for Republican U.S. Representative John Rutherford. None of these things are legal for him to be doing.
Yep.
He's violating all of the rules. Well, what's going to happen? Well,
Nothing.
He's been asked to resign.
Oh.
And he has said, no.
Because you can't fire him.
You can't. You can't fire me, and I won't quit. Boner candidate number 1. Now, there's some hanky-panky. There's boner candidate number 2. Son, we don't care for those shoes you're wearing. Dress codes have always been a form of, have often been used as a form of underhanded, sneaky racism.
Yeah.
But a sushi restaurant in Georgia has made things even more obvious because it kicked a man out of the restaurant for wearing sneakers. On Wednesday, footage appeared on social media showing the Atlanta man being kicked out of a Umi Sushi in the Buckhead district for wearing all-white Air Force Ones. As expected, the man was confused by the motive, as there were plenty of other people in the establishment wearing sneakers. He pointed to a white woman who was wearing a pair of Adidas. The man's wife, Kaylin Colbert, told the local Fox affiliate that the couple was at the restaurant for a quiet birthday dinner and was already seated when they were asked to leave. As we were walking though my husband noticed a woman at the bar, she had on tennis shoes, and that's when everything had gone out the window at that point, because there are no rules. There are some rules for some people, and some people, people of color, there are rules for them, apparently. If you're going to have rules, they should apply to everybody, his wife said, not just some people.
Because what's the bad thing that happens at the restaurant if somebody's there wearing tennis shoes?
Well, not just somebody.
Okay,
if a black person is wearing sneakers.
What is the bad thing that happens if a black person is eating at your restaurant? I'm unclear.
Everybody knows that makes the sushi go bad, Gina.
I don't think it
Everybody
does.
Everybody knows you get a California roll, it's going to go bad if there's a black person in the restaurant wearing sneakers.
Does not matter.
Your sashimi is going to get up and walk off the plate.
I don't understand.
I don't either. Boner candidate number 2. Son, we don't care for the way you're wearing them shoes. We just don't care for it. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Lies, lies, and more lies.
All right. We got boner candidate number 3 for round 2. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by...
Saturday, October 31st, help a local student in need at the Halloween Tech or Treat donation drive-thru. Donate your old laptop, desktop, or iPad at SpyHop on 208 West 9th South. Learn more about the SpyHop Tech Liberation Project at spyhop.org.
Well, German model Nicole Poturalski is her name. She was Brad Pitt's girlfriend.
Oh.
The couple was first spotted together in August. They went out for a while. They kind of broke up a little bit. Now they're totally over, according to a source.
Oh.
It was never all that serious. And I feel kind of bad because I'm getting a look at her, and I don't know how she's ever going to find somebody to go out with. I don't.
What is this going out thing you're talking about? I'm unfamiliar with the term going out.
Well, Gina, that's because you're not a celebrity.
Yeah. Go to x96.com/live. You can get a look at these two poor people.
Yeah. Page 6 confirmed that they were dating back in August when the 56-year-old Brad Pitt was seen heading with the married 27-year-old brunette to the French chateau that Brad Pitt shares with his estranged wife, Angelina Jolie. They were believed to have met in Germany at the trendy restaurant Bouchard. Oh, that's so nice. Bouchard. And, yeah.
A little too trendy for me, thank you.
It's interesting. The restaurant was owned by Podorowski's husband. The restaurant was owned by her husband. Maybe she's going to get back together with her husband because she likes the food at the restaurant.
Well, people are wondering who you're talking about.
Brill Pim.
Brill Pim.
Oh,
there
Brill
now
Pim.
You know it's
Brill
Brill
Pim.
Pim. All right.
Are people still hankering for the day
when you mispronounce celebrities' names?
Yeah. I mean, I guess, I don't know. Let's see now. There's been a very strong earthquake in Turkey. Apparently, these are preliminary reports. We do know that dozens of people have been injured, some damage to buildings and the road network. Some deaths have also been reported. Turkey's health minister tweeted that 4 people were killed in Izmir, 120 injured. He said 38 ambulances, 2 ambulance helicopters, and 35 medical rescue teams were working in Izmir. The European Mediterranean Seismological Center said that the quake had a preliminary magnitude of 6.9. That's pretty big, with an epicenter 8 miles northeast of the Greek island of Samos. The United States Geological Survey put the magnitude at 7.0. There are reports of buildings being down and a lot of rubble. And again, this is not a lot of information. It takes a while for news to get out of places like this. So let's see. COVID-19 is being blamed for, we talked about this a little bit earlier, being blamed for a rise in murders across the United States. Criminologists are studying the rise of murder rates, and they point to the effects that the pandemic has had on everything from mental health to policing. In a time of social distancing, fewer officers able to perform the up-close and personal community outreach work that in normal times was used to help mitigate violence. Experts also are attributing the rise in increased gang violence. Also a spike in gun ownership, including many first-time gun owners. The epidemic of murder in America looms over the final days of this election. Donald Trump is saying there's going to be more people murdered if you elect Joe Biden president. I can count on it. It's going to be violent. There'll be waves of killing. I don't know who ever believes him.
People do.
His followers.
Mom, I want a vape.
A Facebook page where thousands of Utahns coordinated armed responses to anti-police protests has been removed from Facebook. Utah Citizens Alarm is the name of the group. They're profiled in the Washington Post, I think today or yesterday.
Yeah.
Their founder, Casey Robertson, here in Utah, said in a video statement that the group was taken off Facebook, and he chuckled that this will be a day that'll live in infamy.
Really?
Was he shaking his fist?
The group had quickly amassed thousands of members, and it was started after protesters fired at a motorist who drove through a crowd in the streets during a July 29th demonstration against police in Provo. Facebook announced they were taking down pages associated with the group. This is an organization which is advocating violence as a solution to the problems, and they're considered pretty frightening, and they have a bigger reach than just Utah. Apparently, it's Utah Citizens Alarm is the name of the group. So the election is very close. Donald Trump is apparently pondering what it would be like if he doesn't win.
Lock him up. Can we do that?
Lock him up.
He's lamented that a loss would mean I lost to one of the worst candidates ever. That would be terrible. I will have lost to one of the worst candidates in the history of presidential politics. If I lose, what do I do? I mean, I'd rather run against somebody who's extraordinarily talented. At least that way I can go and lead my life.
He has canceled his election night party at his hotel.
Canceled?
He has canceled it. Trump has. And he's just going to be in the White House for the evening.
Because he doesn't want to be in a big group of people when he loses? Is that...
I would say.
You know, everybody seems to think I'm still not confident. You know, because it's like I said, he's not. He will declare himself a winner the night of the election, and then challenge every mailed ballot and you know, in court he will challenge all of these local elections that he, you know, sees important, and I don't see him leaving quietly.
Well, it's going to be, well, and I don't know as they'll even be declaring a winner right away.
They won't.
I think the networks are going to be very, very careful about how they cover the election.
And a police officer in the Philippines was killed this week after a fighting rooster slashed him during a raid on an illegal cockfighting den to stop the spread of coronavirus. The officer was part of a team that descended on the arena in the province of northern Samar on Monday after it was suspected of violating lockdown rules against mass gatherings because they were having a cockfight. So the fighting roosters typically have razor sharp steel cuffs on them. They're called gaffs. They attach them to their legs, and then they use those to kill the other rooster. So this police officer picked up the rooster. The rooster slashed him in the femoral artery on his left leg, and he lost too much blood, and within minutes, he was dead, breaking up a cockfight.
Wow.
Man. All right, that's it.
Sports, weather, traffic.
Well, Nick Jonas may be onto something. One day after the Los Angeles Dodgers captured their first World Series title in 32 years, the 28-year-old singer suggested he and his pop star brothers could actually be the key to some of the biggest sports triumphs in recent history. Quote, "The Dodgers won the World Series last night, and yet no one is talking about the very, very obvious theme here," Nick said Wednesday, the Jonas blessing. To fully understand this conspiracy, we have to back things up to September 22nd of 2019. Recalling a past Jonas Brothers concert in Kansas City, Nick recalled how Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes was in attendance with his now fiancée Brittany. Cut to a few months later, Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs won the Super Bowl. Nick then went to a December 2019 show in Arizona, attended by a certain Dodgers star. So it's the Jonas blessing. If you want to win a sports championship, you need a Jonas blessing.
And this is solid science, it sounds like to
absolutely.
me. Yeah.
RSL on the road this weekend. They play LA Galaxy on Sunday. That game will be at 8:30 in the p.m. Weather, we've got, it's chilly right now, but it will warm up to about 66 degrees today, tomorrow. A little bit cooler than that at 62, and then Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, we gradually warm up into maybe giving a little kiss to the 70s through there. So we're not totally out of the warm woods yet, and it is, don't forget, daylight saving time this weekend. So Halloween night, you go to bed, 2 o'clock in the morning, coming into Sunday is when the clocks will fall back an hour.
All right, here's boner candidate number 3, which is lies, lies, and more lies. Donald Trump Jr. appeared on the Ingram Angle on Thursday, last night, where he made a wildly incorrect claim about coronavirus deaths in the U.S., while blasting Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison for capping attendance at President Trump's upcoming Minnesota rally at 250 people, which is in line with the state's COVID-19 guidelines. The president's son claimed that deaths in the U.S. due to COVID are down to almost nothing.
Ready?
These people are truly morons. You know what I mean? And I like how they go after Scott Atlas because he's not an epidemiologist, but Sanjay Gupta now magically is. I mean, give me a break, Laura. The reality is this. If you look, I put it up on my Instagram a couple days ago because I went through the CDC data because I kept hearing about new infections. But I was like, well, why aren't they talking about deaths? Oh, because the number is almost nothing. Because we've gotten control of this thing. We understand how it works. They have the therapeutics to be able to deal with this. If you look at that, look at my Instagram. It's gone to almost nothing.
What?
Rising case numbers, and deaths. There are more deaths than ever, Donnie boy.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You're just... Either you're stupid or you're lying, or maybe it's both.
Yeah, first of all, comparing Scott Atlas and Sanjay Gupta. Scott Atlas is in a position of power in the government. Sanjay Gupta's a guy on TV. All right, so it's a false equivalency. And, your numbers are completely off. It's a lie.
Scott Atlas has got a stronger name, though. You got to give him that.
Scott Atlas. Sounds like Scott a made-up...
Yeah. It's boner candidate number 3, lies, lies, and more lies.
Okay. Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Now, there's some hanky-panky. A Duval, Florida county judge leading the vote counting board has donated to Trump campaign at least 12 times. He's got campaign signs all over his house and yard and so forth. None of that is allowed, but he's doing it anyway. Boner candidate number 2. Son, we don't care for the way you're wearing those sneakers. You can't wear sneakers in our sushi restaurant. Well, there are other people here wearing sneakers. Well, they're not black, are they? That's Boner candidate number 2. And then Boner candidate number 3, you just heard. Lies, lies, and more lies.
All right. This is round 2. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. It will, this round's winner, go up against winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. Good, strong candidate. So while you're picking your round 2 winner, choose wisely. And remember, both of these candidates face off against each other at 9:20 for Boner Fight. That's when that all goes down. So pick your champion of round 2 to send forward. Here we go. 2 candidates now. A third after the news, once you've heard all 3. Oh, we've done that. Okay, sorry. My head is just not in the game today. I'm thinking it's Friday. It's all about
Friday.
It's all about Star Trek Discovery and The Mandalorian for me now. That's all I'm thinking about right now. So, but here we go. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit, in the message of a text, and then you text that to 33986. Okay? Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting October 30, 2020. If you don't see that box, refresh. As a matter of fact, once you get there, refresh anyway, because there were some changes in the Boner Voting structure. So go there and vote online. You have until the end of these messages to do it. This is round 2. Let's go.
Less than a week away from Halloween.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I got to get my comic books together for the trick-or-treaters.
I haven't bought candy yet.
Less than a week. And so we've gone the entire month of October.
I'm going to give insulin this year.
It's expensive. That's
I was going to say, I'll put you in the poorhouse.
That's true.
Entire month of October, and we have yet to have a visit from my very favorite friend of the Radio from Hell show.
Who was that?
Who was that?
Well, Jimmy was just here an hour ago.
I like Jimmy, but he's not my
and
favorite.
He's my favorite.
Hildy's retired.
And I like Hildy, but not my favorite.
No?
Friend of... Come on, you guys.
Where are we going?
Well, Punk was here on Wednesday and
I
dropped
love
off some
Punk.
toys. But
I love Punk, but that's not who I'm talking about.
Mm.
I'm talking about...
I don't know who you could be.
Chainsaw Guy.
Who's that? What's that again?
Chainsaw Guy. But actually, you're usually not here when he's here, so
Well,
maybe you don't know how much I adore.
I do know because, as you know, Chainsaw Guy and I have a very special relationship. I'm the one who introduced him to you, if you'll recall.
It's true.
And I have not heard.
He's your life coach, right?
He is. He was.
Not anymore.
He was. Well, when I found out that he was self-certified.
That's when
I went, oh, well.
You didn't like his advice, and
That's
then you
what did
looked
it.
into it. And,
Yeah.
but
I said, where
because he thought, if I'm getting this out of a psychology book, screw him.
Where did you learn this stuff? I said, did you go to school? He said, no, I'm self-certified. So, but I have not heard anything from him.
Well,
and I usually do by this time of year. I mean, he contacts me and said, the first thing he always says is, "Hey, how's that Gina doing?"
is that your Chainsaw Guy impression?
Yeah.
It's terrible, by the way.
I know.
You don't sound anything.
Okay, I won't try to do it again, but he always asks about you right off the bat.
But well, then I'm putting out a call to Chainsaw Guy. If you're listening, we have less than a week to have you come visit us, or it just won't feel like it'll be like Santa not coming for Christmas.
I heard
it
he
will
was
be
doing
like
a-
the Easter Bunny not coming.
I heard he was doing a podcast, and he's kind of
Chainsaw
busy.
Guy podcast?
Yeah, I heard he was doing a podcast, and he's kind of busy with that.
Well, if he, I hope, I know he's a good friend of the program. I know he listens. So, a Chainsaw Guy, just going to be really sad if you don't.
Well, if he can't make it to the show, I'll have him call you. And
We could at least offer some advice over the phone.
No, I want him in here. I need to see him. I need to.
I don't need the smell of the exhaust and, and...
It's always terrible.
His overalls are always kind of dirty.
And he usually doesn't button them up the right way.
Yes.
There's always something hanging out.
Well, we have 4 more days of Radio from Hell show where you will have the chance to.
Well,
make
If
good on.
I find him, what I'll do, and I'll tell him, Kerry says that he can come, but only if he agrees to shower.
Well, wash the overalls.
Okay, I'll tell him.
That's all.
He's supposed to be scary. Dirt is scary. You know how petrified I am of filth?
So you like the fact that he smells so bad?
It's just part of the...
All right.
No?
I don't know.
Okay.
For those who don't know who we're talking about, Chainsaw Guy is the guy in the hockey mask at the end of your haunted house who chases you out with a chainsaw. But he's also a self-certified life coach and a poet. He
has sage advice.
He offers love advice.
Love advice and relationship advice, and even advice for your future, and job hunting, things like that.
He was having a hard time of it a couple of years ago. He was leaf blower guy for a while.
They took his chainsaw away.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's part of the problem this year. I don't know.
No, he's got his chainsaw back. I saw him.
Oh, you did?
I'm pretty sure it was him.
Was it at the end of a haunted house?
Yeah.
Well, it probably was.
He kept saying, "Hey, hey, hey,"
Yeah.
and so I thought he was trying to get my attention. So
Katie's getting married. She needs Chainsaw Guy's advice.
That's true. She could use some.
Maybe she needs Chainsaw Guy to officiate the ceremony.
He can. He is registered with the the Universal Life
Chainsaw Church.
Yeah.
Reverend Chainsaw Guy.
Uh-huh.
Well,
it's Reverend Guy. His first name is Chainsaw.
Oh, that's right.
His first name is
Guy.
Chain.
Yeah.
His middle name is Saw.
I mean, I imagine you're on enough of a close enough relationship that you could call him by his first name.
Okay, but Reverend Guy.
Hey, Chainsaw.
Yeah, people are suggesting that Chainsaw Guy appear on an episode of Remain Seated with Gina Barberi.
My podcast.
Because you like him so much, you should get a hold of him and invite him.
and do
then you
life
can have
advice.
all your Chainsaw Guy fun there, and we don't have to deal with it.
You could do that.
I could.
I'm sure he could provide at least 20 minutes of entertaining banter.
I haven't been able to get you on my podcast, Bill, so maybe I can get Chainsaw Guy.
Well, that's because you've asked me one time, and you said, "Can you come over right now?" And I said, no.
Okay, 8:49. Let's award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by a grant from the Real McCoy Rum.
And every day at Subway restaurants, you can get a different 6-inch sub of the day on your choice of bread with any veggies you want for a great low price at participating restaurants. Extras additional plus tax, no additional discounts or coupons.
Boner candidate number 1. Well, now there's some hanky-panky for you. A Duval, Florida county judge just being... You're not supposed to have political... You're not supposed to donate to campaigns or make your political views known when you're a judge, particularly one who leads the vote counting board. But he's made many donations to the Trump campaign, and he's got Trump Pence signs all over his yard. Number 2, son, we don't care for the way you're wearing them shoes. A black man was kicked out of a restaurant for wearing sneakers while many of the white patrons were wearing sneakers, and they were just left alone. And boner candidate number 3, lies, 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 and more lies. Donald Trump Jr. appearing on the Laura Ingraham angle, saying that the media is ignoring the fact that there are just no more COVID deaths. Well, there's still infections and sickness, but there are no more deaths. I looked at the websites. No, you didn't.
True.
And let's see, Enrique won the gift card, and Donald Trump Jr. won the boner voting.
Oh, okay. That means it's going to be a good boner fight coming up at 9:20. That candidate goes forward to face off against the winner of round 1. You will decide boner of the day at 9:20. And then after that, Dave the Flower Guy tells us who boner of the week is. All right, let's go to David. He's on the phone.
Mr. Schild, how are you?
Good morning, team. How are you?
We're fine, and you?
It's been a slog, but standing vertically, so that's always a good thing.
Announce or restate your position with the county, if you would, please.
Sure, Kerry. So, David Schuld, I'm the coordinating officer for response and recovery. Basically working with the mayor to ensure that the linkage between what the health response and, leaning forward in the health response is linked to recovery endeavors, whether it's housing or supporting small businesses and the like. So,
how are you going about what is the county doing to support, for instance, people who are having trouble paying their rent and that sort of thing?
Sure. So the county has developed a number of different programs, from what's called the Small Business Impact Grant, or SBIG, which provided small businesses across Salt Lake County with grants, housing, looking at what in the immediate actions we could be providing, as well as long-term issues. What are the cascading effects of the virus as we look 6 months, 1 year out? Mm-hmm. This virus, as you know, isn't going away. We're experiencing a surge. We're heading into the holiday season. All of these, we need to just continue having the public health response as our main focus. Because that's where if we don't have that strong, the recovery efforts won't be linked. So
I know
really
last time we had you on, we talked about being prepared for vaccine distribution and making a plan for that. Could you tell us maybe a timeline on that for when, healthcare workers, if they're the first people to get that, when that would be rolled out and so on?
Sure. So, we're tracking as much as a lot of your listeners and you are on when the vaccines are going to be made available, when they're ready. Mm-hmm. And from that timeline, we'll be able to adjust our plans accordingly. Our plans are based off of priority groupings, and as we discussed last week, looking at healthcare personnel, the frontline responders in the hospitals, as well as long-term care facilities, then most likely afterwards first responders and general population, and making sure that whether Salt Lake County gets 5,000 dosages of vaccine or 100,000 dosages of vaccine, we're ready for that dispensing to occur.
How many
And
people live?
advanced planning-
How many
Oh,
people live
go
in
ahead.
Salt Lake County, approximately?
Over 1.2 million.
Okay, and just to reiterate, when you're talking about distributing, there's not a vaccine yet. You just have to have this system in place by when was it? The beginning of November.
And you know what's been one of the silver linings of what we've been able to accomplish is flu vaccine, and what we're doing with flu vaccination is preparing us for COVID vaccination. And so as we develop these flu clinics, we've had at the Maverick Center drive-through flu clinics.
Yeah.
We're working with partners, whether it's the pharmaceuticals or the hospitals, to make sure that we're learning, we're gathering information so that when we have to do the COVID vaccines, we know how to do it effectively, get people through the process, and get people vaccinated.
Yeah, when I got a flu shot, I got it at the pharmacy. But even as I was getting my flu shot, they were gearing up to do drive-through, and they moved
That's
everything
correct.
out of the pharmacy, and now it's all drive-through. So,
And you know what? Last week I was at Maverick Center, and every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday there's testing at the Maverick Center and flu vaccination. Also, there's information on our website about it if you need to get tested. But this is new, and we're working together. Innovation, creativity is our strength.
all right. What's the county website, David?
It's www.slco.org, and you could find information regarding testing, our public dashboard. So if you're interested in seeing what the surge looks like, you could find information there, as well as information about our economic and small business impact and other recovery efforts.
Okay, again, it's SLCO. SLCO.org. Okay.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you, David Schild.
Thank you, David.
Yep. Thanks. Have a nice weekend. Happy Halloween.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
At Maverick Center, drive-through flu.
Dry.
Maverick Center. All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Crash northbound Redwood Road at westbound I-80 in Salt Lake. The right lane's being affected there. And UDOT wants you to know that it's opening 2 new lanes, both directions, I-15 from Main Street to SR-92 in Lehigh. As of today, 6 lanes are now open both directions on I-15 in Lehigh. Should be easier to get to and from and doing business on the Silicon Slopes. So hopefully that's going to ease your traffic woes through Lehigh. I know it's been difficult dealing with all that construction down there. Let's see. I think that's about it. Yeah, that's traffic.
All right. We'll take a break. We will be back. We got boner fights on the way to determine boner of the day, and then boner of the week will be decided this coming hour as well. And now a message from the state of Utah about voting.
Yes. It is upon us. The safest thing probably for you to do at this point is take your ballot, make sure that it's properly filled out, make sure that it's all signed and sealed up, and then find a ballot box to put it in. Now you can find there are lots of them around the valley. If you go to vote.utah.gov, you will see a location near you. Pretty simple.
It's just the easiest way to do at this point. And of course, there are people that like to vote in person, and you, of course, will be able to do that next Tuesday. But if you got mailed a ballot and you have it, why not fill it out and just take it to the ballot box now? Then you don't have to worry about it next
Now,
week.
if for some reason you are unable to get out, you can still mail it. If you're shut in, if you're disabled, it happens. You just need to depend on your post office to do it. Well, you can send in your ballot by mail as long as it's postmarked by November 2nd. Okay, by
So you
November
probably ought to
2nd.
do that today then.
Yeah. So go to vote.utah.gov for more.
Now I got a DM'd by Chainsaw Guy because he's right out. You might be able to hear chainsaws and beeping and worker guys outside my house chopping up trees. And he said I'm right. He said, "Can I come in for a drink? I'm thirsty. Don't worry, I'll wear my mask. And if you guys don't mind, if I bring him in for a minute." Just he wanted to say hi. 'Cause
Well,
Okay.
is it safe? I mean,
Well, can I
okay.
see him? Where is he?
All right.
Go to x96.com/live. You can
I can't see him. Where is he?
He's right there.
What? What? Oh, there he is. He's apparently at Carrie's.
How can you tell with the split screen technology?
I'm not. Wait a minute.
He's in my house. That's
No,
that's Chainsaw
is that your
Guy at
house?
my house.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh.
sure.
Sure, as far as you know.
Okay.
Here, let me-
Hi,
there.
Chainsaw Guy.
There. I bet he's been. I'll bet he's been really busy, haven't you, Chainsaw Guy?
Yes, I have.
Wait a minute.
There you go.
That's right. I've been really busy. You know,
Well,
people have been telling me all the time about, they say, hey, Chainsaw Guy, a bunch of trees came down in the big windstorm. What should I do? And I say, well, you just get a chainsaw. You know?
Well, it seems pretty easy, doesn't it?
What I did, I just got a chainsaw, yeah?
You know what I do? I call somebody who owns a chainsaw. I call a friend who has a chainsaw and have them come over and do it for me.
That's right. And don't call me, though. I'm too busy. I'm as busy as a one-armed paper hanger.
Do you
As a
have your
one-legged
chainsaw?
tap dancer. I don't know.
Do you have your chainsaw handy there, Chainsaw Guy?
I don't know. Do I? I'm not sure if I
Because
do
I
or
have a
not.
question for you.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's. Okay, so if you ask your question, maybe I'll fire up my chainsaw.
What's your question, Gina?
Well, Chainsaw Guy, I have this really big tree that fell down in the windstorm yesterday, and it's blocking the road in front of my house, and I can't get out to get the mail. Chainsaw Guy, what should I do?
Well, it's pretty simple. All you do is you do it first, and you take your away. And then you take a higher cloud, and then the weather cover. And then the weather you breathe, and you put it around the shadow, and then you take it down. And then, if it's you can't get in them, and then you grab it down, and you grab it out there, and you say, Shah! And then, you turn it around, and then everything is all right.
Oh, thank you, Chainsaw Guy. That's very helpful.
Don't forget the part about taking off your clothes.
Chainsaw Guy, I'm
important.
just curious. I'm just curious because I don't think it's safe that you be in the house, a stranger's house, because your mask has holes in it.
Well, I'm not contagious, honest. Honest.
You're dangerous in other ways, aren't you?
That's just sawdust. That's all that is.
That's just sawdust. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Chainsaw Guy. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's here.
You better get back to work, I think, Chainsaw Guy.
Is he gone?
Yes, he just left.
Okay, good.
Yay, thank you.
God, the things we do for you, Gina.
I don't know what.
That was elaborate.
It was.
Don't forget the part about taking off your clothes.
It's very important.
Yeah.
To getting the trees cleaned up.
Mm-hmm. Well.
No, it's not Halloween already. That just
No,
depresses
but-
me.
No, there's not going to be any trick-or-treating this year, is there?
No.
I'm not going to participate in any. No. I usually have candy and comic books for the kids, but no, I don't want you coming to my house. I'm sorry. This is not happening. And Los Angeles, it's funny because Los Angeles initially announced no trick-or-treating.
Mm-hmm.
And then they had to walk that back because they realized
Because why?
I don't know. I think they caught a lot of flack for it, and they said,
They did.
now we're saying it's discouraged. Trick-or-treating is discouraged.
Yeah, because, see, Gina, before they were saying, we're going to station snipers around the city and shoot people who are trick-or-treating. But now they had to
we're gonna
walk
back
that
off.
back. They had to walk that back a little.
so we flew all Nippon Airlines?
Mm-hmm.
And
you're saying it wrong.
I'm probably saying it wrong.
And how was Nippon Airlines?
You remember when you used to fly and you got a meal?
Yeah.
Maybe two?
Mm-hmm. And you were treated nicely?
You were treated nicely. You got
It was a special experience?
actual silverware. Let me show you.
Yeah.
You have a picture of actual silverware?
No, I've got actual
He's got
silverware.
it with him.
You stole it?
Shh.
Carrie.
They're our allies, Gina.
Yes,
It's okay.
Look at that. Actual metal. Can you believe that? All Nippon Airlines right there. A&A on the thing. So and they're little, So,
Yeah.
But you could do some damage with this. You could, but they don't have those concerns. This is the theme music for All Nippon Airways.
Is that was playing while
this
you're
is while you're
being
boarding?
seated? Yeah.
While you're boarding, this is
It's lovely.
isn't it?
Yeah.
It's very nice. So anyway, yeah, it was amazing. Flying was actually pleasant.
And you know why that is? Because those countries, Carrie, are this close to being communist.
Oh, really?
Well,
if that's the case, we could learn from them.
The government subsidizes the airlines quite heavily in most other countries.
How about that? Maybe that's something that should be looked at, because everywhere I went throughout Tokyo and Seoul and Busan, the streets were clean. People had jobs. It was such.
They seemed happy?
They seemed happy. But, I had a wonderful time. Just, here it is. And this was
you want to go back,
this
don't
was
you?
No, this was on a loop. And you know how my earworm is?
It stayed with you? Oh, you do? You know the tune?
Yes. Because it would not stop. It just kept playing over and over. It's the only unpleasant experience about flying on A&A. It's the only thing. Because 'tis the season.
Yeah.
That's, of course, Panic at the Disco, right?
Yeah.
Doing their version of This Is Halloween. Songs from Nightmare Before Christmas, all those songs written by Danny Elfman from Oingo Boingo and sung, a lot of them, by Danny Elfman. Danny Elfman has a new song out. And I can't play it for you on the radio.
Why?
He says naughty stuff?
It's got F words in it. Lots of.
Oh. Is he angry about something?
It's not a happy song, although the song is called Happy. So look it up.
That's ironic then, isn't it?
And enjoy it on your own. It's Happy from Danny Elfman. And Gina, I'm really sorry that we haven't played this for you till now. This here.
Ba-da-ba-da-bum-bum. Ba-da-ba-da-bum-bum. Sometimes I try to do things and it doesn't work out the way I want it to, and I get real frustrated. I'm like, I try hard to do it, and I'm like, trying to take my time, and it doesn't work out the way I want it to. It's like I concentrate on it real hard, but it doesn't work out. And everything I do and everything I try never turns out. It's like I need time to figure these things out, and there's always someone going, hey, Braxton, we've been noticing you've been having a lot of problems lately. You should maybe get away and maybe you should talk about it. You'll feel a whole lot better. And I go, no, it's okay. I'll figure it out. Just leave me alone. I'll figure it out. I'll just work it out myself. And they go, well, if you want to talk about it, I'll be here, and you'll probably feel a lot better if you talk about it. So why don't you talk about it? And I go, no, I don't want to. I'm okay. I'll figure it out myself. And then they keep bugging me, and they just keep bugging me. It builds up inside. You got me into the light. You bring
I
out
think
your
it's cruel of you
You know what I'm saying today? You bring
to
out
be
the
laughing
other
at this young man that obviously has problems.
You're driving me crazy. It took me out of this.
He should seek counseling, not have you ridicule him like this.
I don't understand how I have never heard that. Surely it's been around for a while.
It has. It has, but...
Carrie,
What's the matter? And she goes, what's the matter with you? And I go, there's nothing wrong, Mom. And she goes, don't tell me that, you're on drugs.
He's obviously on the spectrum, Gina. Quit it.
I'm hoping for a tea kettle.
He's on the spectrum. Don't laugh at him.
And I go, Mom, I'm okay. I'm just thinking. And she goes, no, you're not thinking. You're on drugs. Oh, people don't act that way. I go, Mom, just give me a Pepsi, please.
Think of his poor parents.
She wouldn't give it to me. All I wanted was a Pepsi. Just one Pepsi. All I wanted was a Pepsi. Just one Pepsi. She wouldn't give it to me. Just a Pepsi. They give you one shirt with long sleeves tied around your back.
I'm surprised you have never shared that with me.
It's from a Dr. Demento recollection called Dr. Demento Covered in Punk.
Now, I feel compelled to tell people what that is, because I'm sure a lot of you are confused.
Or they've turned off the radio.
That's a song institutionalized, done by Suicidal Tendencies, and that's Brack from Space Ghost.
And the Brack Show, very popular.
And the Brack Show.
Who did the version of it that's like the lounge version?
Black Velvet Flag.
I really like that one myself.
Sometimes I try to do things and it just doesn't work out the way I want it to. And I get real frustrated. And I try hard to do it and I take my time, but it just doesn't work out the way I want it to.
That's the original by Suicidal Tendencies. And, yeah.
But the Black Velvet Flag is like a loungy. I'm not crazy.
That Suicidal Tendencies, if you just consider it for what it is, in a way, I think it's... I mean, it became kind of a novelty but it's I think it's a serious song.
Absolutely it is.
I mean, the guy who is doing that is recounting something the way he really felt. And yeah.
People don't understand, and sometimes I just am trying to figure things out. And
really, all I wanted was a Pepsi. I mean, that's all I wanted.
Gina, if you just search Brack and institutionalized, you can watch the video, and it's got.
I'm going to do that. That will be my happy place today.
Whole video, and it'll make you laugh.
Thank you.
Maybe you'll see Brack's dad on there, because you saw Brack's mom so far.
Well, Brack's dad. I'm kind of have a crush on Brack's dad, as you
Brack,
know.
how are you?
Yes.
Brack, how are you?
You know, son, sometimes.
Yeah. He's so sophisticated.
And he's very small. Is
he?
the other thing. He's
I don't
very
think I've ever
small.
seen him. I've just heard him.
Yeah, he's about 3 feet tall.
What's his name? Do you recall?
Father.
It's only Father? I thought he had some other name.
It was Father. All right. Okay, let's see. We got Boner Fight coming up. Stand by for that to determine Boner of the Day. Boner of the Week will be chosen by Dave the Flower Guy coming up. Stand by for that. And a reasonable amount of news is on the way as well. Gina, Mountain Alarm, Fire, and Security.
Yes, they are a locally owned, family-owned company, and they've been keeping an eye on my husband's business for years, and we had some security incidents in our neighborhood and thought maybe it's time to bump up our security system, and they've made it so easy. One of the things that's great that they have is the doorbell camera. If you don't have one, you should get one. These are great whether you're home or not, because it takes a picture of the person on your porch, dropping off a lot of packages. We're all ordering more online. You can keep an eye on it that way. And you can manage it all from your app. So if you want one of those doorbell cameras when you call Mountain Alarm, you should ask them about that specifically. They'll give you a $100 discount if you tell them that you heard about it right here on X96. You can call them 801-395-8700 or go to mountainalarm.com. And get the app, get the security, get peace of mind knowing that local company is keeping an eye on your property. Now I got a DM'd by Chainsaw Guy because he's right outside. You might be able to hear chainsaws and beeping and worker guys outside my house chopping up trees. And he said he said, can I come in for a drink? I'm thirsty. Don't worry, I'll wear my mask. And if you guys don't mind if I bring him in for a minute. He wanted to say hi.
Well,
okay.
Is it safe? I mean,
well, can I see him? Where is he?
All right.
Go to x96.com/live. You can
I can't see him. Where is he?
He's right there.
What? Oh, there he is. He's apparently at Carrie's.
How can you tell with the split screen technology?
I'm not. Wait a minute.
He's in my house. That's Chainsaw
Is that your
Guy
house?
At my house. Yeah, sure.
Sure, as far as you know.
Okay.
Hi, Chainsaw Guy.
There. I'll bet he's been really busy, haven't you, Chainsaw Guy?
Yes, I have.
Wait a minute.
There you go.
That's right. I've been really, really busy. You know, people have been telling me all the time about, they say, hey, Chainsaw Guy, a bunch of trees came down in the big windstorm. What should I do? And I say, well, you just get a chainsaw. You know?
Well, it seems pretty easy, doesn't it?
What I did, I just got a chainsaw, yeah?
You know what I do? I call somebody who owns a chainsaw. I call a friend who has a chainsaw and have them come over and do it for me.
That's right. And don't call me, though. I'm too busy. I'm as busy as a one-armed paper hanger. As a one-legged tap dancer. I don't know.
Do you have your chainsaw handy there, Chainsaw Guy?
I don't know. Do I? I'm not sure if I do or not.
Because I have a question for you.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's... Okay, so if you ask your question, maybe I'll fire up my chainsaw.
Okay.
What's your question, Gina?
Well, Chainsaw Guy, I have this really big tree that fell down in the windstorm yesterday, and it's blocking the road in front of my house, and I can't get out to get the mail. Chainsaw Guy, what should I do?
Well, pretty simple. All you do is you do first, and you get your away. And then you take a higher clothes, and then you wear the cover. And now the idea you breathe, and you turn around in the water, and then you take it down. And then, if it's you can't get in them, and then you grab it down, and you get it out there, and you say, and then, you turn it around, and then everything is all right.
Oh, thank you, Chainsaw Guy. That's very helpful.
Don't forget the part about taking off your clothes.
Chainsaw Guy, I'm just curious because, I don't think it's safe that you be in the house, a stranger's house, because your mask has holes in it.
Well, I'm not contagious, honest. Honest.
You're dangerous in other ways, aren't you?
That's just sawdust. That's all that is.
That's just sawdust. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Chainsaw Guy. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's here.
You better get back to work, I think, Chainsaw Guy.
Is he gone?
Yes, he just left.
Okay, good.
Yay, thank you.
God, the things we do for you, Gina.
I don't know what.
That was elaborate.
It was.
Don't forget the part about taking off your clothes.
It's very important.
Yeah.
To getting the trees cleaned up.
Mm-hmm. Well.
No, it's not Halloween already. That just depresses me.
No, there's not going to be any trick-or-treating this year, is there?
No.
I'm not going to participate in any. No. I usually have candy and comic books for the kids, but no, I don't want you coming to my house. I'm sorry. This is not happening. And Los Angeles, it's funny because Los Angeles initially announced no trick-or-treating. Mm-hmm. And then they had to walk that back because they realized
why?
I don't know. I think they caught a lot of flack for it, and they said, now we're saying it's discouraged. Trick-or-treating is discouraged.
Yeah, because, see, Gina, before they were saying, we're going to station snipers around the city and shoot people who are trick-or-treating. But now
Now
they had
they're
to
gonna
walk
back
that
off.
back. They had to walk that back a little.
(9:22), and we got Boner Fight coming up here in about 7 minutes, so be ready for that. But first, before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by
Young Power Sports in Pleasant View is Utah's newest power sports dealer. They have the right Kawasaki, Suzuki, or Polaris machine for you to take on the dirt. Browse inventory at youngpowersports.com or come see them. Think young, ride young.
I don't know how long it's been. I don't know how long it's been since I tasted a McDonald's McRib sandwich. It's been quite some time. The McRib, now this is going to be for the first time in 10 years, McDonald's is going to make the McRib sandwich available at all of its restaurants.
Not just participating restaurants?
All 14,400 U.S. restaurants. It will hit the menu on December 2nd. In previous years, McRib was sold only at some locations, only occasionally, and that would spark excitement and people would line up. But we can't do that. You don't want to be lining up for a McRib in the pandemic, so they're going to just introduce it at all the restaurants and keep it on the menu. Described as, if you've never had one, saucy, tangy, tender, and shamelessly delicious. The improperly or ill-named McRib sandwich first appeared on menus nearly 40 years ago. Why do I say improper? There's no damn rib in that thing. There ain't a bone in it.
But it looks like there used to be bones in it.
They make a fake bone.
It's shaped like...
They make a bone shape, but there's no bone in a McRib. The sandwich is a boneless pork patty. It says right here, boneless. They should call it. They should call it the not McRib, the McRibless sandwich. But it is tangy, I will give it that. And it is tender. And I would even go so far as to say the McRib sandwich is shamelessly delicious.
It is.
Yeah.
We make fun, but it's
shamelessly delicious. I like it. Utah is nearing a crisis of care with COVID impacting hospitals. Governor Herbert warned that we're reaching that point, and you know what he's going to do about it? He's going to continue to shake his fist at you and say, you better wear masks and observe social distancing. That's what you folks had better do. Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross, you'll love this, he was a member of a joint Chinese venture. He was a board member on a Chinese company, while running the Trump administration's trade war with China at the same time.
Yep.
Ross is listed on serving on the board of the Chinese joint venture until January of 2019, nearly 2 years after his confirmation, according to Chinese documents. Ross angrily denied the allegation. I'm 82, I don't know. Providing a copy of a February 27th letter addressed to his own company, stating that he shall be deemed to have retired and resigned. But that apparently is not what happened. He was not resigned, and he was not retired.
There's so many of these things, it's gotten lost in the shuffle of... Because that's bad, but there's too many other things for anybody to care about it.
So there's an artist in Bluffdale, and I don't know if we have a picture of these, but he makes masterpieces, artistic masterpieces that are also delicious. They're made out of Oreos.
Ooh.
Christopher Creek uses the creamy filling of the Oreo, and he shapes it into people's faces and...
It's like a butter sculpture, but...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, if you go to x96.com/live. Wow.
Which ones do we have up there? The colored ones with Donald Trump and the Halloween ones, Mitch McConnell?
No, we've got the Beatles.
Yeah, see if you can find... You guys get the one with Trump and Mitch McConnell and that's Nancy Pelosi as Halloween characters.
We have the Beatles and Cookie Monster.
And
but
a
they're
goblin
really
or
cool.
something.
And there's one with the little Mandalorian, little baby Yoda. So he takes the cream filling and he shapes it and paints it.
It's still on the cookie. Like when you were describing it before, I thought he scooped it out. No, it's just on the cookie.
Yeah, and they're really cool looking. You got to see the Mitch McConnell one. Look at Mitch McConnell as a kind of a clown. Nancy Pelosi with blood coming out, fangs, she's a vampire. And Donald Trump, of course, has a big orange pumpkin. They're really cool. And this guy out in where is he? Christopher Creek is his name, in Bluffdale. And one other quick thing here. I just want to remind you, tomorrow for Halloween, if you go to another radio station, KUER, for 1 hour. This is going to happen tomorrow at what time? 7 p.m. Matthew Ivan Bennett's Radio Hour, Episode 9, Grimm. This was done originally in 2014. It's a radio play. It will be on their 90.1 is what their frequency is. There are several stories. Little Snow White, Rapunzel, the Juniper Tree. They're all really creepy. They sound like kids' stories. They're not for kids. And I'm in it, along with some really great Plan B actors. Jay Perry, Colleen Baum, Teresa Sanderson, Jason Tatum. Original music by David Evanoff. Directed and sound design by Cheryl Ann Clough. It's tomorrow on KUR at 7. And it's really a great hour of entertainment. So it's fun to do for Halloween.
It's Boner Fight, the final round.
All right, here we go. The winner from round 1 up against the winner from round 2. 7 o'clock hour's winner was, well, this protest is probably, I recognize that this protest is probably not the best use of your time. It's Governor Herbert talking about the anti-mask protesters who thought that it would be a good idea to go to the personal home of state epidemiologist Angela Dunn. She has little kids there. They went in the daytime, and they went later on in the evening. People protesting at her house. Uncalled for. But Governor Herbert's response was, well, we understand that, people are upset. We also understand that people, we want them to be patient. Their time is valuable. But, this is probably not the best use of their time. That's going up against number 2, Lies, Lies, and More Lies. Donald Trump Jr. appearing on the Laura Ingraham Show, making a claim that coronavirus deaths in the United States have just pretty much disappeared. There's still infections, but nobody's dying anymore. That's number 2.
There you go. You've got to decide of these two candidates, which one is the worst, which one should therefore be Boner of the Day, 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number. The one that you think should win, put that single digit, that number, in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth, Salt Lake, 877-602-9696, and use your voice to vote, or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight, October 30, 2020, and vote there. I'm pretty sure once you get to our website, x96.com, you won't see that box right away. So refresh your browser, and it should pop right up. Okay, there you go. You've got to vote now for Boner of the Day. You have until the end of these messages to do so. Go. Ladies and gentlemen, direct from the haunted house near you, he's the guy who chased you out at the end. He wears,
I was scared.
He wears the hockey mask and threatens you with a chainsaw.
Yeah.
He is Chainsaw Guy.
Yeah. How are you? You're the little girl who wet her pants last time, aren't you?
You scare me every time, Chainsaw Guy.
Chainsaw Guy, it's good to see you. Of course, a lot of people know you as the guy who chases you out at the end of the haunted house with the chainsaw.
Happy Halloween, everybody.
And you've been very busy.
Yes, very busy. This is my big night.
But a lot of people don't know that Chainsaw Guy is also a very sensitive man, especially in the ways of love and relationships.
Thank you. And I am a licensed sex therapist.
Now, when
sex therapist?
When you are, when you're doing your sessions, do you wear the mask? Or do you take it off ever?
The mask never comes off. I do change the jumpsuit occasionally. You like the new one?
Yeah, it's
yeah. Well, I thought it was time for a new set of overalls, and so I got the bright orange like a prison inmate.
That's very nice.
Yeah,
it adds to the menace.
Thank you.
All right, Chainsaw Guy, we have. I believe we indulge her every year. Chainsaw Guy, we have on the line Tim, Tim is on the line, who's desperately in need of some of your love advice. Tim, go ahead and tell Chainsaw Guy exactly what's going on and ask your question when you're finished.
Sure, Chainsaw Guy. Well, my question is, I'm in a relationship with a girl named Aubrey right now, and everything's going swimmingly with her. She's great. The problem is with her mother. Her whole family is all LDS and very LDS, and I'm very not LDS.
Yes.
Her mother naturally has a problem with that.
Oh, yeah.
I would like to know, Chainsaw Guy, what should I do?
Well, Tim, I'll be going today, and I don't think it is. My source is sorry. I don't think I know something. I got this in a June, and then mother and daughter, but you can't go anywhere else that you attend those forever. A lot of no temperature and a carry on talk, and I take the person over, and I say the and end up doing both.
So there you go, Tim.
Thank you very much.
I left out the part where, Chainsaw Guy has his chainsaw with him. It's all a key.
It's a pulling.
Part of the, it's a pulling. Yes, it is a pulling.
I'll
Catherine.
get rid of a Hector.
I don't blame you. Catherine, Chainsaw Guy is here. What is your question?
All right. I'm curious because I've been dating this guy
a
couple weeks.
Are you bi-curious?
Are you bi-curious is what he's asking?
That's what I said. Are you bi-curious?
No. I'm just curious because he keeps on saying that he wants to just love me to pieces.
Oh.
And I just don't know if I should let him do that because it kind of creeps me out.
Well.
So, Chainsaw Guy, what should Catherine do?
Well, Catherine, all you do is, first to the door, if you get a refrigerated truck, and then you do it in the thing. And then, the second door, piece by piece, all the way, and then you turn, and then I kind of get a little bit, and then, you just slide him, and then you can him, and then he can love more of you in more places.
There you go, Catherine. I hope that helped. Are we done, Gina?
One more.
I'm always up, although I'm very busy. I've got
he does have to go and sharpen the chainsaw blade.
Just one more.
All right.
What do you mean? It's not a chainsaw blade. It's a chain, you idiot.
Yeah. Brittany.
Hello.
Hi, Brittany.
Chainsaw Guy is here. What is your... tell us about your situation and then ask Chainsaw Guy what to do.
I have this friend that we've been friends for a long time, and I have a crush on him, and I just met his new girlfriend, and he wants me to honestly tell him what I think of her, and I can't stand her, and I want to tell him how I feel, but I just don't know. Chainsaw Man, what should I do?
Well, I know you can Brittany, what are you going to do? I think you know. And then you go first. So you get a girlfriend, and then you're going to have it. You really have a partner. So what you're going to do is tell about it, what you think about it, and then you go home, and then I think there's no more time to marry. And then if you think of the world, and then you find it, and then I think the color is end up in a three-way.
So there you go.
Thank you.
Brittany, thank you.
No, thank you.
Can I go now? I've got a lot of people to scare.
Yes, thank you very much.
Sure.
Chainsaw Guy.
Are they performing now?
All right, yes. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Chainsaw Guy. It's just amazing he makes time on Halloween.
Look at that. He's out the door. Look at that.
There he goes.
There he goes. Orange jumpsuit, his pulling chainsaw. There he
Hockey
goes.
mask.
For another year, gone.
Glad he got rid of the Husqvarna.
Yeah.
It's not as scary as a pulling because they're higher pitched.
Yeah. I remember when he started, all he could afford was an eager beaver.
All right, time to award Boner of the Day.
I'm reminded of the quote, "Have you no shame?" Yes, Boner of the Day, the Boner Fight winner, brought to you in part by a wonderful grant from Coconut Chicken Curry.
And Diversion Eatery. Don't feel like cooking tonight? Order takeout from Diversion. Feed 4 people with a 16-inch pizza, 10 wings, and a big green salad starting at $30. Open daily from 11 to 9, 3rd West, 535 North, diversioneatery.com.
Boner candidate number 1. Well, I recognize that the protest's probably not the best use of your time. You shouldn't be hanging around Angela Dunn's house. That's not good, says Governor Herbert. As he tries to say something strong about the protesters who are.
No, he didn't try. Why? That's not trying.
He made a. He tried. I said he tried, but he didn't. He didn't succeed. He failed miserably. And then those morons going to Angela Dunn's house. That's just unconscionable. Going up against number 2, lies, 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 and more lies. Donald Trump Jr. on the Fox News show with Laura Ingraham saying, there are no more COVID deaths, really. Check out my Instagram. You'll see. I put it all there. No more COVID deaths. The winner was, of course, number 1, the protesters at Angela Dunn's home and the governor's response to that.
All right, that's your boner of the day. It is now qualified to be boner of the week. Dave the Flower Guy will decide that right after these messages. All right, Greg's on the phone. Let's go talk to Greg here.
Greg Skordas, running for the Attorney General's office. Good morning. How are you?
I'm well. Now that I didn't get introduced as the boner of the day, you scared the hell out of me.
No, well, I mean, if you become the Attorney General, there's a chance that you might be someday.
There's a pretty good chance I will be at some point during the next 4 years, but I'll do what I can to avoid that.
Greg Skordas running against Sean Reyes, and I've heard you say you don't like the way the Attorney General has run the department, what he's doing with it. How would you change it?
Well, what we need to do probably, Bill, is change the way that we do campaign financing. And I'll give you sort of just a real brief synopsis of what I mean there. What happens in that office and what has happened in that office for the last 20 years is that people are just donating tens of thousands of dollars to the AG as a campaign contribution, ostensibly. But really, these people that are donors are people that probably should be investigated by the Attorney General's office or at least looked at by the Attorney General's office. And it just creates a conflict that, as you remember, the last two administrations were charged criminally. And I know that Shirtleff's case was dismissed and Swallow was acquitted of everything. But just the appearance of impropriety that's happening there and continues to happen there needs to change, and it has not changed with the current administration. In fact, in some respects, I think it's gotten worse.
Do they know about the boat? That's my favorite quote from the Attorney General. Yeah. Listen. I mean, there are campaign contributions from. The name of the energy company is escaping me.
Washakie.
Yeah, or is it Washakie? They that money contributed to Sean Reyes, and when it was determined that this company was fraudulent, and he said, "Well, I'm going to pay all that back. Then I'll give it back." Didn't happen, did it?
No, he didn't pay any of it back. And of course, even if it was ill-gotten money, which it clearly was, it should have been returned to the taxpayers because this energy company benefited hundreds of $1 million in tax credits, and everyone thought, well, you should at least return it to the taxpayers because that's who it was stolen from in the first place. He claimed to put it in an escrow account. Of course, that wasn't true. He claimed to have that he would refund it. Of course, that wasn't true. And he finally just admitted that he'd spent the whole thing and didn't have it available. So
That's your top law enforcement officer. That's the top law enforcement officer.
$51,000.
Yeah.
Now that's a heck of a campaign contribution from a company that wouldn't possibly do any business with the Attorney General's office. They wouldn't even have any reason to contribute to the Attorney General. Yeah. They can't help each other except in the way that they did, which was really inappropriate.
How do you respond to I didn't see the debate with you and Reyes. I think it was the only one. Gina was talking about it though, and she said, "Well, he just started reading off Yelp reviews of your legal career."
It was so bizarre.
And what was that all about, Greg Skordas?
Well, I mean, and it was appropriate. I mean, he started reading some reviews, and I've been practicing. I mean, I'm almost Gina's dad's age. I've been practicing since '82, and I've represented probably 1,000 Utahns, and I've got a half dozen people that don't like me at all. I mean, when you do criminal defense work, you're going to make some enemies, and they've written some pretty scathing reviews, and that's fine. I mean, people have a right to that. It's the internet's been great, and he just started reading them over and over and over and over.
Weird.
Yeah. But I mean, they're hateful, but there's nothing I can do about it. I mean, he didn't read the 994 that like me, but that's okay. That's okay. I mean, that's what debates are about.
What about the talk a little bit, if you would, about the when he said he couldn't talk about
mask
mandates? Yeah, couldn't talk about that.
Well, what he said was two things. One, he said we agreed that we wouldn't talk about pending litigation. Of course, we had been talking about the pending litigation involving his involvement in the Affordable Care Act for 20 minutes, and the fact that he's very much involved in that litigation. But furthermore, the debate commission told us in no uncertain terms before the debate began that there were no questions that are off limits.
Yeah.
He said, well, I told you guys I couldn't talk about pending litigation, but like I say, we had been. And second, they told us they would ask everything. So he didn't answer that question at all. Talked about something that we talked about earlier, and then I talked about the mask mandate. But I think it's just because it's an unpopular question for Republicans right now because of the way the pandemic's been handled and the way that their voter base is so against masks.
Yeah, that's exactly
Greg,
it.
we don't have any more time, I'm sorry to say. Greg Skordas running against Sean Reyes. I think if you look back on the record of Mr. Reyes and things we've talked about here, it mystifies me how he can get reelected or lead in a poll or anything. But best of luck to you running against him as the Democrat.
Thanks for all you guys do for our community, by the way.
Thank you, Greg. I voted for you, just so you know. Sent my ballot in a couple of weeks ago. So
my
Thanks,
ballot
Greg.
is private. I'm not saying.
Gee, I wonder who you voted for.
I'm
Bill.
not
I can't
saying.
imagine.
Thanks,
Thank
Greg.
you, Greg.
And just to point
All
out,
right,
we
thank you,
we have reached out to Sean Reyes' office.
sure.
He deserves equal time, and he has not gotten back to us yet. So
I've interviewed him a bunch of times, and you know.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back. X96.
Back in the day, we had these mascot animals living at our studio up in Ogden. We had Farnsworth, the cat, and Farnsworth just had the run of the place, and there were a lot of mice in the building, so he kept the mice down. And Farnsworth was he was really a great cat for the most part. He was almost jet black.
Had a broken tail.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. He had a crooked tail.
Yep.
And Farnsworth went missing once around Halloween. And
Very nervous.
And our owner was certain that the Satanists had got him.
Well, sure.
You know what? The Satanists have got him. We got to make sure next year we keep him in if we find him. He did turn up, but he was fine. And then I don't know whatever happened to Farnsworth. I think he finally just
they don't
went
live
off.
forever.
I think he just finally went off somewhere. And
I think once the sale happened, I think Tom took Farnsworth home.
Oh, did he? Oh,
yeah.
maybe you're right.
Because I know that the a-hole from El Paso didn't want the cat around.
No. So, it works better alliteratively if we can really say the word.
Yeah, I know.
From El Paso.
But, the nation is 9 years old, so I can't.
Yeah. So just say that to yourself in your head. It sounds better.
Oh, I did. It's there.
But anyway, back to this little horse. And then, so the other animal we had was a burro. For some reason, we thought it would be a good idea to adopt a burro from the Grand Canyon. And those wild burro and the BLM had these programs where you could adopt a burro. And so we went and we adopted this little burro, and we named him Buster, and he was the KJQ burro. No, that's not the right picture. No.
They don't know what
they assume that I'm talking about animals. That's an animal picture. That's for later on.
Different animal.
Yeah.
Did you have a picture accompanying the story?
I did not. So anyway, we adopted this burro, Buster, and he was a donkey. And it is true what they say about donkeys.
They're stubborn.
They're stubborn.
They're the worst.
Yeah. And he was we thought it would be fun to take him around to events. Well, it wasn't.
No.
Because he was stubborn. We had a horse trailer that the owner of the property had that we could use. But to try and get him into the horse trailer was just almost impossible. Because he didn't want to go.
Of course.
And you could pull on him, and he would dig himself in, and he just. But so one year we're having this parade. I think it was the Thanksgiving Day parade. It was the Christmas parade on the day after Thanksgiving in Ogden. I think they still do it, and that's when Santa comes right after Thanksgiving, and they have this little parade. Anyway, so we're going to take Buster and have him be in the parade, or maybe it was the 24th of July parade. I don't remember.
Yeah, it was. It was the 24th of July parade. Because so we finally get Buster in the trailer, and we take him up to Washington Boulevard, which wasn't very far, and we park the trailer, and we open the back door of the trailer, and Buster, the burro, is like almost upside down with his feet sticking in the air. Now, we didn't know anything about it. Like, he wasn't tied in properly or something. And so he's upside down, all four legs sticking in the air, and I go, Tom goes, "Oh my God, he's dead! He's dead!" And he did. He looked like he was dead. His eyes were glazed over. His tongue was hanging out. Well, there was this cowboy who was there, because he was going to ride his horses in the parade, and he came, "What's going on here?" And our burro is dead. And the cowboy looks in there and he goes, "Hell, he ain't dead." And he grabbed that burro and just dragged him out of the trailer, and Buster kind of staggered to his feet.
He's fine.
He's fine. He ain't
Walk
dead.
it off. Cowboy up.
I mean, and we, it was just like, he said, when you take him home, you got to tie him in there so he doesn't fall down. Oh,
because they're dumb.
Well, and we thought he could just stand there and balance.
No.
So that
he could have been hurt bad.
Yeah, he could have. Yeah. I mean, he did look dead. I mean, I think his tongue was hanging out, and if he'd stayed like that, he probably would have died. But the cowboy, "Oh hell, he ain't dead." and then so we walked him in the parade.
All right, 9:53. I think Dave is on the phone. Dave, the flower guy, is here.
Mr. Matson, ahoy hoy.
Oh, hi, hi.
Dave, how are you feeling?
Good.
Good.
Are you sure?
I seen the doctor yesterday, and I'm in perfect health.
There you go.
Perfect health.
Excellent.
Good to hear.
Excellent. Dave, of course, those of you who've been following the story a little bit, Dave lost his mother 2 weeks ago now, or was it 3?
Yeah, 3 weeks ago.
3 weeks ago. And Dave is by himself now. He has no one else in town. I mean, Dave has plenty of friends, but he lived with his mother for a long time, and Dave has an apartment that's too expensive for just him alone to live in. So we've been raising some money for Dave at a GoFundMe. You can find information about that on x96.com or the Radio from Hell Facebook page, a GoFundMe account for Dave, the flower guy. And also, this really nice woman got a hold of me. Her name is Elisa von, I think you say Riot. I should have asked her how to pronounce her last name. I've only communicated with her via text. And she's paid up your rent, David, for the month of November.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I got word
That's
from your
nice.
apartment manager that she'd stepped up and she paid a month's rent for you, so that we can. Now we're looking for a cheaper place for Dave to live in, and
Yeah.
there's a lot of stuff going there. But Dave wants to stay in town because this is where all of his friends are. People know Dave here in town, right? So that's what we're looking for, Dave. But Elisa was great and stepped up and sent a check yesterday. So there you go. Now
Okay, good.
you're ready to do your job, Dave?
Yep.
Okay, here we go. It's time for you to select Boner of the Week. These are the candidates that we considered all week, and Dave will pick the right one, we know. So the winner on Monday, number 1, was, I'm not telling you how to vote. I'm telling you how to keep your rent low. Oh, that's that trailer park owner in Colorado telling his all the tenants at the trailer park, well, if you guys vote for Biden, we're going to double your rent. because all costs are going to go up if Biden becomes president. Boner candidate number 2 from Tuesday. We're going to have to check every one of you. That horrible story of the women on the airplane on the tarmac in Dubai, and there was a still. Hey, Dave, tell those people to hold it down, will you?
Thank you.
What's all that noise?
Yeah, I'm at the flower shop.
He's
at the flower shop. Okay.
Okay. All right.
All right.
It's okay.
Okay. There's boner candidate number 3 from Wednesday. We ended the pandemic. That's right. It's over. That's what the White House Science Office says. Number 4 from Thursday. So you shipped the only copies across the country, huh? And now apparently Tucker Carlson is saying those copies, those documents about Hunter Biden, well, they can't be verified now, they're saying. He's kind of backing off on all of it.
He says we shouldn't be picking on Hunter Biden.
Yeah.
Now?
Now?
After it's been revealed that the source of this information is not a real person.
No.
It was created
It's
by an
all made
AI. Yeah.
And then the boner winner from today, David. This protest is it's probably not the best use of your time. Who was the winner?
Number 2.
Number 2 from Tuesday. We're going to have to check every one of you.
Yeah, that was a bad one.
Having to check these women, to see if they had any evidence of having given birth. All right.
All right.
Dave, thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
I'll talk to you later today. Okay.
And if he's at the flower shop, that means he's getting flowers. So if you see Dave around, buy some flowers from him.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. Talk to you soon.
Thank you, David.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. And since this is our show before Halloween, I thought I'd have you a little scare here before we say goodbye. Glenn Beck has received a terrifying dream/vision in which he was shown that the 2020 election is a battle against Satan himself. Ready?
Wow.
I just warn you that we are in a spiritual battle against evil unleashed. We are not fighting the Democrats. We are fighting Satan himself.
So there you go.
Wow.
He had a dream.
Well, Glenn, my money's on Satan. That's the
You're
truth.
just giving up, Bill? You're just giving up to Satan?
Well, no, I believe I'll clean up in the betting pool. That's what I think.
Listen, you've seen the name of this show.
Yeah.
Our money has been on Satan for quite some time now.
That's right.
Our literal
Picked
money.
teams a long time ago?
Jeez. No, we didn't pick. He picked us.
We were picked. All right. I think we're good. All right. All business. All right. Have a fine Halloween weekend, everyone.
Not Halloween?
Not Halloween weekend? Yeah. Stay home.
As
watch
low-key as Halloween has ever been for our family.
Listen to that radio play. Really, you'll like it. It's good. It's very good.
Stay home, watch a scary movie this weekend. Fine job, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Shaking my finger at a dead man.
Corey is next.